All right. Good evening, good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies, I, Jayvan, welcome you all to the second day of VIJIGISHU 2022. Today, we will continue with the technical session 2 of the e-conference on the theme Prospects and Challenges of Indo-Africa Relationships. I extend a very warm welcome to a distinguished chair of the session, Dr. J.M. Musa. Dr. J.M. Musa is an associate professor in Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. He did his PhD in International Studies from Center for West Asian and African Studies, SIS JNU, MPhil. In International Studies, Center for West Asian and African Studies, SIS JNU, and Masters in Political Science, Center for Political Studies, SSS JNU. He was an associate professor in MMAJ Academy of International Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, India from 2005 to 2013. And an assistant professor, UGC Academic Staff College, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, India from 1999 to 2005. His main areas of interest or specialization are ethnicity, conflicts, Lusophone Africa.
Thank you.
I would also like to introduce our co-chairs and presenters for today. The presenters that we have amongst us today are Mr. Chiaru Thakkar. Chiaru Thakkar is a joint doctoral candidate between the National University of Singapore and King's College London. Dr. Saurabh Mishra is the second presenter for today. Dr. Saurabh Mishra is an associate professor at the Amity Institute for Defense and Strategic Studies, AIDSS, Noida. Mr. Alak Ranjan has completed his master's in politics and international relations from Jamia Millia Islamia. He is presently working as Associate Director, Middle East Division at FICCI, Delhi. Ms. Danish Chetri is a research scholar at Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. Dr. Sarita N. is presently working as Assistant Professor at Amity University, Gurgaon. She also holds a position as Deputy Director of the Migration and Diaspora Institute of ODI, New Delhi, India. And I also would like to extend the welcome to the scholars who have joined us through Zoom and are watching us live on Facebook. We're extremely glad to witness your presence today. Now, without any further ado, I would ask Sir to kindly take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaywan. Very warm good morning to all. I'm really happy to see you, Dr. Musa sir. Thank you so much for joining as a chair. And I formally welcome all the presenters for this session. So the day 2, we are starting straight away with the technical session 2. So over to Dr. Neha. Thank you so much.
Morning, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
I welcome you all. Musa sir, we'll start with the proceedings, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Yes, thanks a lot. It's lovely to see some, very well organized and a very, focused conference being organized by Amity and under the leadership of Professor Nagalakshmi and by Neha. So good, it's nice. It's very nice that you have taken the trouble to organize. And I will comment and at the end of the panel, and I would like to welcome the panelists. And if the first panel presenter is there, Mr. Chiru Thakkar, who's from the National University of Singapore and King's College. So if he's there, we can start away. We will. I'll want to keep my involvement at the minimal. I will just. Each of you have 15 minutes. So after around 12 minutes, I'll let you know that you have to wrap up, and then maybe you can wrap up in 2-3 minutes, and then the Q&A will be taken up at the end. Okay.
Sir, Chirayu is yet to join.
Okay, we can then start with Saurabh.
We'll start with the other presenters.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Saurabh, it's yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Neha and Professor Nagalakshmi for giving me the opportunity to present here. And I'm sure, unfortunately, I couldn't join yesterday. That's my loss. But given the platform today, I would like to discuss about something which probably is not taken that often in the India-Africa relationship discourse nowadays, because we are living in 21st century, and what we see that the frameworks in which we are, you can say, which the frameworks that we are using for our policy making is very pragmatic and practical for their reference points. But I'm picking up something traditional today, because this is important in the sense that we began with that, and being a nation country, we have to have that kind of framework somewhere in our policy making that informs and keeps a kind of continuity with that beginning that we had with the India-Africa relationship. And this is not out of, you can say, context, because India and Africa both cherish that tradition where we started with our own relationship as independent entities. Of course, Africa, a group of nations, was there. However, we had some kind of solidarity with the experiences of colonialism and imperialism, common experiences of colonialism, imperialism that we have had in the past. So what I'm going to do today is I am kind of tracing the evolution of that kind of solidarity, which started with our relationship, and now also is gradually evolving into the 21st century over a period of time. And that is the sense of Afro-Asianism that we have had. It might have come from very different drivers, which we began with, to some other couple of more additional drivers in 21st century, but still it is out there, because we consider 21st century as to be an Asian century. If we see 21st century as Asian century, we have to think in context of Asia and then Africa as well. However, the context, the Asian rise or Asian century itself is problematized for many reasons. Of course, that is projected into the notions and the conceptualization of Afro-Asian solidarity as well. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to take you through a small journey of the evolution of the term Afro-Asianism, and of course how we are, or we have been framing our relationship with Africa, India as a country, in this context, of course, with changes, with nuances. So I think I'm not able to share my screen here also. Host disabled participant screen share.
No, just
Okay.
IT will help you out in sharing the screen.
Okay, okay. So what is the framework of 21st century for for India's policy making? I'll be covering the classical Afro-Asian construct, and then we'll transit to the era of globalization, and then how we are framing it in the 21st century. The classical Afro-Asian construct, in fact, is, you can say, based on anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism, anti-racialism, independence of oppressed nations, and of course the looming nuclear cloud because of the recent experience of the world with the Hiroshima and Nagasaki incidents. And of course, the narrative was world peace, so that countries which are newly independent or which were becoming independent with passage of time have the opportunity to grow, to develop for themselves. And of course, the premier event that happened in that context was the Bandung Conference of 18 to 24 April 1955, organized by the Colombo powers, Asia, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. Attended by 6 African and 18 Asian nations only at that point of time, because many of the nations of Africa were still struggling for independence. However, they were looking towards already independent countries in Asia and Africa as inspiration for themselves. And of course, the whole background of the Bandung Conference was the anti-imperialist and anti-nuclear debates in that sense. And I'm going to quote not Nehru for this Afro-Asian spirit, but Sukarno. He, in fact, was also visualizing the African and the Asian solidarity in his own ways, and said that no people can feel themselves free so long as part of their motherland is unfree. Like peace, freedom is indivisible. There is no such thing as being half free, or there is no such thing as being half alive. So it appears that the spirit of independence and anti-colonialism was inspiring many countries, not just India, across the world. And Sukarno's words are like representative to that spirit. And we are often told that colonialism is dead. Let us not be deceived or even soothed by that. That was the word of President Sukarno of Indonesia. And in fact, that word stands still true when we talk of neocolonialism or the debt trap policies of certain nations of the world. And he clearly hinted towards neocolonialism. He said, I beg to you, do not think of colonialism only in the parts of Asia and Africa. Colonialism has also its modern dress in the form of economic control, intellectual control, actual physical control by small but alien community within the nation. So he had this bigger perspective of the Afro-Asian solidarity, and of course the threat which could emerge in many ways in the new times, which of course in many ways talked even in the 21st century as a North-South debate, or things like developed versus developing countries interests in both political and economic domain. Sukarno also was talking about conflict comes not from variety of skins, not from variety of religion, but from variety of desires. And of course, desire here meant by interests. All of us, I'm certain, are united by more important things than those which superficially divide us. We are united, for instance, by a common destination of colonialism, for instance, by a common detestation of colonialism in whatever form it appears. We are united by a common detestation of racialism as well. And we are united by a common determination to preserve and stabilize peace in the world for growth and prosperity. So that is where we started our relationship. And of course, the words of Sukarno are representative to India's spirit as well. And we took up our relationship from that. The Bandung Declaration talked about economic, cultural, and political cooperation. The political cooperation covered a wide range of issues like human rights, self-determination, problems of dependent people, promotion of world peace, still on the agenda of India-Africa cooperation, or to say, cooperation of many Asian countries with Africa. When we look at the evolution of Afro-Asianism during Cold War, it was entirely different, and the Bandung Conference was being eagerly monitored by the so-called Western and colonial nation. The Afro-Asian construct, although started from anti-colonialism, transited to the idea of non-alignment, which was not limited to the two continents only. The Afro-Asian political construct expanded to the concept of non-aligned and third world. And of course, the third world and non-aligned as terminologies lost currency and were replaced by general category defined as developing countries. However, there are various categories of developing countries we know now. The focus was not just Africa and Asia, but also the developing countries, underdeveloped and least developing countries of other continents. Afro-Asianism went into, or you can say, transited into the processes that we know as processes of globalization as well. And by the end of the last decade of the 20th century, Africa and Asia were free. The discourse transited to economic development and growth from racialism, anti-colonialism, etc. However, both are integral with each other in certain structured ways. And of course, there was certain structures linking the economic, the political, the racial, and you can say the anti-colonial both together. And the fear of neo-colonialism, debt trap, and dependence, etc., rose more in Africa, you can say the era of globalization, with the processes of globalization. With the loosening of the ideological pressures, the nations of Africa and Asia come closer again. Because in Cold War, it was more about capitalism versus communism. In fact, the interests of the countries were being articulated in those terminologies and frameworks. But the framework of capitalism versus communism were demolished. Of course, we are living in a neoliberal era that way. So ideological pressures loosened. The nations of Africa and Asia came closer again on the common issue of protecting their interests in the world economic and political order. So the interest is growth, peace, and development. However, the terminologies of discourse are changing with times. And of course, anticipations are also changing. So Africa and Asia's geographical proximity and economic conditions push them to think again in terms of Asia-Africa cooperation in fora like the WTO. Together, they had the number, both in terms of states and population in the United Nations and the WTO. But since the Bandung Conference, the Afro-Asian solidarity faced several questions with the dynamics of Cold War and the newly independent nations. Economic and political dependence on the leaders in either the communist or the capitalist bloc. And then arrives the Afro-Asia in 21st century. Afro-Asia has become obsolete in its classical sense. There's no doubt in that. Racialism, colonialism have lost their mainstream discursive importance. Asia has seen tremendous economic growth post-Cold War. We see the growth story of both China and India. This is a truism in the current times. Asian giants like India and China are taking the lead among the developing countries. And of course, as we are talking about this, India and China as developing countries are leading the interest of developing countries. Many developing countries, in fact, or the majority in numbers in WTO and United Nations at different platforms. And of course, they are also recognized as rising powers or emerging economies. Leading political and economic institutions like the UN, IMF, and World Bank project Asia as the economic powerhouse of the 21st century, and Africa is projected as just following the Asian growth story. It's like on the same trajectory as Asia has seen, of course, but before than Africa on the timelines of the global economic history. And Africa is also projected as, the future of both the developed and the underdeveloped world depends on the resources, economies, and people of these two continents. And of course, we know that Africa is the next economic powerhouse. The Asian African summits in 2005 and 2015 chart the 21st century Afro-Asianism, in fact. And in fact, that provides us the 21st century framework for shaping the policies of the Asian countries, of course, India as well. The two conferences held in Bandung, 2005 and 15, in Indonesia, commemorate the first Bandung conference and celebrated its golden jubilee as well, and the 60th anniversary also. And this conference, in fact, shaped the 21st century agenda for the Asian African sentiments or solidarity in a sense. The 2005 declaration of the new Asian African strategic partnership this word used in 21st century strategic partnership is very important because this is very comprehensive in its nature and approach. It's not just defense, it's not just, you can say, political, it is economic and cultural and, of course, very comprehensive in its approach. The NASSP, or the New Asian African Strategic Partnership, recognized the current global situation and the prevailing conditions in Asia and Africa, and emphasized that these necessitate the need to actively pursue a common view and collective action to ensure the equitable sharing of the benefits of globalization. So, benefits of the globalization must be shared with countries in Asia and Africa by the West. The traditional dominance of the erstwhile colonial powers and the disparities of globalization have brought Africa and Asia on the same board again. Of course, we were on the same board for some reasons in 1947 onwards, because India got independence in 1947 only. And we are still on the same page for different reasons, but yes, we are still there in the era of globalization in 21st century as well. And now we can see that we have a different Afro-Asianism. Not only the developed world, but also the Asian rising powers are independently engaging Africa for their future. Japan also, Korea also, China as well. So, given the quantum and status of the economies of Asian countries like India, China, Japan, Africa can look forward to diversified relationship of dependence on the so-called Western world. They also want to get rid of the traditional yoke of the Western powers who have been.
Saurabh, you will have to wrap in a couple of minutes.
Fine, sir. Fine. So the new Afro-Asianism is different in the sense that it is looking forward to practical and sustainable engagement with each other and solutions that lead and solutions led and driven by themselves. The new Afro-Asianism is not to give only a voice of reason in world affairs, but also to actively influence the decision-making institutions influencing the fate of the world. The new Asia-Africa Strategic Partnership is a framework to build a bridge between Asia and Africa, covering three broad areas, namely political solidarity, economic cooperation, and socio-cultural relations. So it's a kind of a very comprehensive framework as we just see. The framework rejected the view that the world economic problems can only be solved by the World Bank, IMF, and the ADB. It is an outdated view for the new Afro-Asian construct. It also pushed for reform of global financial architecture to eliminate the domination of one group of countries over other countries. And then we can talk about briefly India-Africa relations in Afro-Asia. We have a similarity of interest, and there is a qualitative and scalar change in India's engagement with Africa in the 21st century. Post-Cold War liberalization growth both enabled and compelled India to look forward to Africa more actively. And India's framing of Africa policy is in fact a long-term policy for the 21st century based on the mutual bilateral needs and aspirations. And the drivers are natural resources, energy, food security, rightful voice in global order, institutions and negotiations. And then also securing economic and political interest in global institutions. India has engaged Africa through India-Africa Forum Summits since 2008. And we, through one of the declarations, have reiterated our commitment to further enhance India-Africa relations in the political, economic, and socio-cultural domains based on the principles of mutuality, complementarity, and true sense of solidarity, as well as the promotion of people-to-people interaction. We have synchronized our policies with Africa's agenda also, and decided that India would work to support Africa as appropriate in the implementation of the African Union 2050 Africa's integrated maritime strategy, synchronized our policies or India's policies with Africa Agenda 2063, and the Delhi Declaration identified the following fields of cooperation with Africa: economic, trade and industry, agriculture, energy, blue ocean economy, infrastructure, education and skill development, health, peace and security, and multilateral fora. And we also have established a monitoring mechanism to look on the progress of our own cooperation. The goal here is avoiding the colonial trap, neo-colonial trap, in fact. And of course, to fall in the geopolitical traps that are emerging even in the 21st century, like when we talk of the new Cold War, it may not be the old kind of Cold War, but of course, it's a kind of polarity that is emerging in a very different sense than or as compared to the Cold War. There is competition between rising powers. Nature of competition is more internal. Internal means intra-Asian than externally induced by the Western powers. So to conclude, what we can say that the Afro-Asian construct is largely forgotten in the geopolitical narratives of great power competition within Asia. India and China would largely determine the viability of the 21st century Afro-Asian construct. And of course, there are issues with regard to India-China relationship as well. If there are any questions about that, we can take up in the discussions. So India has chosen and initiated a three-tier frame of engagement with Africa, but that is out of the Afro-Asian narrative as such, because that is not the discursive, you can say, that is not of discursive.
We'll have to wrap.
And finally, narrative harmonization of the bilateral frames of both India and China is a challenge for the new Afro-Asianism that we are trying to define or frame in this time.
Thank you.
So that's all. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. You have brought in the focus on a very interesting construct, Afro-Asianism, over the period of the last few decades. Thank you for your presentation. And now I will call upon the next speaker, is Alak Ranjan there? He was there. Otherwise, we can go to Anish Chatri.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Go ahead, Alak.
Yeah. I just need the screen sharing, right? Okay, I have it.
Okay.
The presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
It
it is
is
visible. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alak Ranjan. I work as Assistant Director in the Middle East and Africa Division. I want to thank Neha for giving me this opportunity to present my paper titled Engaging with Africa, the Soft Power Way. Soft power, as you all know, is a term that was coined by American scholar Joseph Nye. Our country's soft power, according to Nye, rests on three resources: its culture, its political values, and its foreign policy. Soft power is the ability to get others to want the outcome that you want, and more particularly, the ability to achieve goals through attraction rather than coercion. Soft power, apart from the three tenets which was given by Nye, has developed into many more things, which has include the digital framework, education, enterprise, especially in the age of neoliberalism and startup culture. Talking about the India-Africa relations, it's a relation which is deeply rooted and goes back to history. The geographical proximity between the Horn of Africa and the Indian subcontinent has played a pivotal role in the development of relationship since ancient times. The Indo-African relationship dates back to the Bronze Age of Indus Valley civilization. Pearl millet, first domesticized in Africa, has been discovered from the site of Charudaro. The relationship between both countries since ancient times is based on the tools of soft power, trade, culture, cuisine, and people-to-people relationships. This is the ancient trade route between maritime trade route between India and Africa. In 20th century, we both got together to fight against the struggle of colonialism and imperialism. Today, we share close connection, especially between the society of Eastern Coast that were nurtured by the monsoon-driven ecosystem of the Indian Ocean. Talking about the India-Africa trade relations, India engagement with African nations remains at three levels, which is bilateral, regional, and multilateral. Our relationship is multifaceted and deep-rooted with development partnership and capacity building at its core. To date, India has completed around 189 projects in Africa, with 76 at execution stage and 68 today at pre-execution stage, financed by the lines of credit with an outlay of over $12 billion. They extend to over 41 countries. Many of these projects were first of its kind in Africa. Some of them are truly iconic in nature. A notable example includes the railway line and presidential palace in Ghana, National Assembly building in Gambia, the Metro Express project in Mauritius, and the Mahatma Gandhi Convention Center in Niger. Expectedly, Africa has been a major beneficiary of India's improved project delivery as a result of Pragati evaluation process. India's bilateral trade has reached $89.5 billion in 21-22 from $56 billion the previous year. India also ranked fifth with a cumulative commitment of $70.7 billion. Indian industries have also made sizable commitments in oil, gas, mining, banking, textile, automotive, and agriculture sectors. Several companies of India and brands have made Africa their second home and are offering their products and services all across the continent. India has emerged as one of the top 5 investors in Africa in recent years, with a cumulative investment on the continent amounting to around $74 billion. Mauritius, Mozambique, Sudan, Egypt, South Africa have been the top recipients of Indian investment. Indian companies are also increasingly active in countries' natural resources such as Ghana and Nigeria. Africa has been termed as the promised land since the time immemorial and has gained importance in the 21st century. Africa's growth prospects are bright, and India wants to tap into this for the mutual benefit. Banking, telecommunication are growing rapidly in Africa, and infrastructure expenditure are rising significantly in Africa, faster than the world as a whole. 11 of its countries rank among the top 10 sources for at least one major mineral. Over a half dozen of countries in Africa are the fastest developing economies, including Rwanda, Senegal, Tanzania, making it one of the growth pole of the world. Real GDP in Africa in the past decades has almost grown twice. The continent has many of the fastest growing economy in the world, and its total GDP currently stands at 2.6 trillion. Despite political and economic and security challenges in some nations, Africa as a whole is projected to have a nearly quarter of global workforce and consumer market by 2030, making the continent an attractive partner for governments and business worldwide. Keeping all this in mind, New Delhi intends to reach a trade pact with Africa. This is because the economic outlook in the long run is going to be promising for both the countries. India and Africa is where the markets and opportunities are present, and together, this partnership will not only transform both regions, but will have a positive impact on the world as a whole. Diaspora has been central to Indian-African relations, and diaspora is very central to the soft power politics. The term diaspora was derived from the Greek word dias, meaning across, and spero, meaning to scatter, which was historically associated with the exile and dispersion of the Jewish nation. The Indian-Africa diaspora relation goes back to 1600s, when the earliest Indian and arrived in South Africa as slaves by Dutch ships. The majority of Indians came from east of India, Malabar coast, and Coromandel coast. Today, Africa is home about 3 million Indian origin people, with more than 1 million of them calling South Africa home. Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda have also large number of Indian diaspora. Today, Indian diaspora constitute of more than 12% of the total diaspora of India. It would be interesting to note that among Indian diaspora in Africa, more than 93% are PIOs, as they constitute 21% of the global strength of PIOs. The influence of Indian communities in their country of adoption varies from one country to another, which is largely dependent on the size of the population. Mauritius is an interesting case where they have been able to dominate political, socio, and cultural domain. They have also been important pillar in political space of South Africa as well as socio-cultural life of Reunion Island. On the other hand, Indians have made significant contribution in other countries of Africa, although their numerical strength is marginal or minimal. With the changing times, now we are looking at new areas of engagement with Africa. I will be focusing on the four, which is agribusiness, pharmaceuticals, ICT, and energy. Agribusiness, given their abundant natural resources and immense production potential, both India and African economies share a central role in ensuring global food security in the near future. As illustrated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the India-Africa Forum Summit in 2015, and I quote, "The heartbeat of 1.25 billion Indians and 1.18 billion Africans are in rhythm. It is not just a meeting of India and Africa. Today, the dreams of one-third humanity have come together under one roof." Talking about pharmaceuticals, India provided 150 tons of medical assistance to 32 African countries during the COVID times. India-Africa Health Cooperation will be critical in short, medium, and long term as both regions recover from the aftermath of pandemic. While long-term training programs for African health professionals will have far-reaching consequences in the decades to come for not only Africa, but world as a whole. It is vital to have specific short-term training for ancillary staff, nurses, lab technicians, and other health practitioners in many of medical India institutes, as it will take the health expertise from India to the African nation. Talking about the information communication technology, technological cooperation has been essential ingredient in India's development cooperation with Africa since the mid-1960s, when the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program was launched. Today, India is helping African countries bridge the digital divide. The Pan-Africa e-network, which was launched in 2009 with the aim of narrowing the digital divide in Africa and harnessing socio-economic benefits of ICT, is doing wonders for the African nation. Under this project, India has set up a fiber optic network to provide satellite connectivity, telemedicine, and teleeducation to African nations. The total value of the project is 452 crores at present. 48 countries are part of this project, and 169 centers have been commissioned and integrated with the network. Moreover, 80 candidates from various African countries have participated in training programs in IT sector in CDAC Noida and CDAC Pune. India's lines of credit was used to construct the Technology Development and Innovation Center in Science and Technology Park in Mozambique, Technology Park in Cape Verde, and Mahatma Gandhi IT and Biotechnology Park in Cote d'Ivoire. Energy, which has become the central point of the Indian-African partnership. Indian-African ties have strengthened over the years, with energy holding an indispensable place in their bilateral relations. Africa supplies today almost 26% of the total crude oil imports to India. The major cooperation between India and Africa on renewable energy is through the International Solar Alliance, a multilateral body co-founded by India, intended to increase the deployment of solar energy technologies in order to ensure energy security and drive energy transition in the member nations. Currently, 33 African countries are members of International Solar Alliance, making up most of the alliance. India holds a first mover advantage to tap Africa's solar power through ISA. The exchange in the solar sector between India and Africa are shaped by the fact that African states have the required resources but no technology. This allows India to create a collaborative platform through the provision of technology, capacity building, and even employment generation. India has taken several steps to leverage its social power credentials as part of the ISA program. Although it is still not precisely clear whether Africa could lead the world in terms of renewable energy, such as solar, wind, biofuels, or hydropower, but we can assume that it holds an anchor to it. India is always at the forefront of initiating and executing projects pertaining to sustainable energy.
Start wrapping up in a few minutes, 3 minutes more.
Yeah. India needs to aid Africa in such endeavors to ensure that they endure as partners to drive sustainability and tackle climate changes. There are a few challenges. First is the ethnic and religious conflict and governance issue in some African countries, which act as averse to foreign contributors. India's substantial presence in Africa has remained marginal as it focused on its own periphery. Since the end of Cold War, China's presence has grown in Africa, who has been providing soft loans to African states, which has resulted in Chinese influence increasing in the continent. With the government institution and business working in silos, these also need to put a coordinated effort for a true growth story and partnership of India and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you for your presentation. You basically highlighted the paper highlighted the role of soft power and the immense opportunity which Africa provides, and the challenges that are there in engaging with Africa. Thank you for your presentation. Now I call upon the next speaker, Mr. Anish Chetri from Amity.
Sir, if you permit, can we proceed with the other presentation? Meanwhile, I'll check with Anish.
Yes, sure. You can, Dr. Sarita, are you ready?
Anish is here?
Yeah, he's audible.
Okay.
Shall I
Go
start?
ahead. Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I would like to, okay. Good morning, respected chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nagalakshmi Raman and Dr. Neha Sinha for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in the conference. So I would like to begin my paper. So my topic is contemporary analysis of Indo-Africa relations in the health sector, challenges and the way forward. So the relation between India and the African countries have evolved significantly over the period of time, from sharing similar colonial history to sharing similar beliefs in the non-alignment movement, which was sparked during the Bandung Conference in 1955. Since then, New Delhi and the African countries have cooperated on various sectors, from for growth and development, from improving trade to African continental trade agreement to various infrastructure projects, capacity building, and many more, realizing the true South-South collaboration. So, although during the Abuja Declaration in 2001, the member states of the African Union, they pledged to allocate at least 15% of their annual budget to improving health. However, the spending on the health sector remains low in the continent. According to the World Bank report into 2018, the African countries spent an average of 5% of their GDP on 2.1% of the foreign capital expenditure envisaged during the time period of 2010 to 2019. So this combined with the pharmaceutical accounts for only 1% of the GDP of the foreign direct investments in Africa. I believe this provides India and the other countries a golden opportunity to invest in the health sector of Africa. As we know, as per the data, India is the third largest investor in the health sector in the African countries, and ranks fifth in terms of overall investment. Moving on to the next topic, Indo-Africa cooperation in the health sector. So since independence, New Delhi and the African countries have New Delhi has come
has made considerable progress in the health sector, be it in better technology, better infrastructures, or being or emerging a popular destination for um, accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare. So, in this respect, India can help or provide assist the African countries to facilitate in the health sector of in the continent. So, the first India-African Foreign Summit in 2008 paved the way for enhancing collaboration among these countries. So, this summit is held once every 3 years. The first in 2008 to 2011, 2015, and the fourth was scheduled at 2020, but it got cancelled due to the COVID pandemic. Then the Pan-African E-Network project of PANEP 2009. This initiative was launched by our former Indian President APJ Abdul Kalam in collaboration with the African Union High Commission. This in this project, New Delhi has set up a fiber optic network that provides satellite connectivity, telemedicine, and teleeducation to the African countries. There are other initiatives such as $a-day treatment for the HIV by the Indian pharmaceutical company Cipla. Then again, India also donated foot and mouth vaccine, disease vaccines. And then there is Babatron, nuclear imaging machines that was donated to Uganda, and Malawi, Kenya, and other countries, which are primarily used for treating cancer. So, and again, then during the Ebola outbreak of 2014, India gave bilateral financial assistance to Guinea and Liberia of 50,000 USD, and then again 500,000 USDs to WHO, and 10 million USD to UN Trust Fund, with an additional of 2 million to buy protective gear for battling Ebola. Then other is then the India African Health Science Meet 2016, which provided a platform that highlighted the requirement for collaborative efforts between New Delhi and the African countries in the sector of biomedical and health research in order to develop affordable medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. Then a memorandum of understanding was also signed between India and Indian Council of Medicinal Research and African Union in 2019 for collaboration in various sectors, including the research and development, pharmaceutical trade, capacity building, and health services, or manufacturing drug and diagnostic, etc. Then in 2019, EVA network project, which simply basically is then technological upgradation of PANEP 2009, and it has two components, that is E-Arogya Bharati and E-Vidya Bharati. That is, E-Arogya Bharati is medicine, while E-Vidya Bharati is education. So under this project, New Delhi uses web technology to link hospitals and educational institutions to the participant African countries. Then furthermore, the India's development assistance to Africa, African countries also is a fundamental player in in Indo-African countries relations. Then during the COVID pandemic, India also exported 595.191 lakhs made in India vaccines to 74 countries in total, out of which many were African countries. Most of them were in through granting aids, commercial sales, or on the rest were under the Gavi COVAX Alliance or facility. Moving on to the next topic, with that is relevance. In the post-Cold War era, the very definition of security has changed or has evolved for the world. Non-traditional security threats or non-military threats are non-military and transnational in scope, and they spread or rapidly or are transmitted as a result of rapid globalization. So in the contemporary era, the health security has also gained prominence, redefining the nature of state security concerns. The duty of maintaining good health of the citizens has also become a crucial responsibility of the state. So given that the health security is considered a core issue of national interest, thus human security comes into play. Health security got global importance only after it was incorporated in the Millennium Development Goals, now the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda, where out of the 17 goals, the third goal is of good health and well-being. Then again, the emergence of new diseases in in Africa over the years has proven the importance of health security. The most notable examples can be 2014 Ebola outbreak. Then the most recent is the monkeypox or the Marburg virus disease. And although we cannot forget the COVID pandemic, although it did not originate in Africa, but it still proves the importance of health security in the contemporary era. Then, while concluding, I would give the way forward. I have included the challenges and the possible solutions for them. So the health sector in Africa, it faces numerous challenges such as the determinants such as lack of proper education, poverty, or healthcare system. Then, according to the Institute for Security Studies, most of the extreme poverty is concentrated in the sub-Saharan Africa, the most in the Central Africa, followed by the Southern, Western, and Eastern Africa. Although the Northern Africa region has succeeded in succeeded in the SDG goal of poverty below 3% in the year of 2019. The rapid growth of the population in the continent also poses a major factor, although it may drive although it may drive economic growth, but it also affects or poses a challenge to the already challenged healthcare system in the African continent. Then the other factors such as a high disease rate in the continent, poor resource management, lack of financing, or poor budget allocations are other major factors. Although there has been an improvement in the mortality rate in respect to the communicable diseases, prenatal, maternal, and nutrition conditions, which has reduced to 44.7% in 2019 from 52% in 2010. It is still higher than the global average of 18.4%. So here I believe that the regional institutions and the strong engagement of the regional institutions such as African Union can play a significant role. Such as it is evident through the policies that Africa Health Strategy of 2016 to 2030. However, investing in just healthcare is not enough. Other segments such as lack of proper access to clean water and sanitation also play an important role. Proper and adequate access to clean water and sanitation may reduce the risk of contracting communicable diseases, as prevention is always better than cure. The lack of proper access to clean water and unsafe practices of hygiene and sanitation, hand hygiene and sanitation are the major causes of death due to infection of due to contracting infectious diseases. Then taking appropriate measures to spread awareness and educating people about the safe practices can also prove beneficial in the long run. Here, the trinity of the market, state, and the civil society. The market, that is the private, state, that the public sector, and the civil society can play an important role in helping the countries. The private sector can work in tandem with the public sector in high development projects and assist in dealing with the huge financial gap that exists in the health sector, and in return the huge population of the African continent can can provide a good market for them to earn profit from, while the civil society can help spread awareness and they can form voluntary committees for such matters. Although poverty among the population is a key factor, but these projects can also provide job opportunities to the masses, thereby overall improving the economic dynamics. Then it should be kept in mind that different countries have different situations, and there is no one universal approach that fits the needs of everyone. Thus, they will need strategies dependent on their local and the national circumstances. Here, the modern age technology, that is the remote care or the mobile health or telemedicine, can prove of good use. Can be proved of good use. They can deliver services to people at home, thereby improving the healthcare facilities. While the machine learning can predict the outbreak, thereby improving the improving the health sector. Then again, it should be work in tandem with the sustainable non-digital approach, because in many countries, not every country has access to like many parts in a country don't have access to proper digital technology. So it should be done in tandem with the sustainable non-digital approach. Then again, according to the data from the World Bank, the Universal Health Coverage Index of the Sub-Saharan African region is stood at 44.56% in the year 2019. So the countries with the lowest values include Chad, Somalia, Central Republic of Africa, Madagascar. So I would like to conclude that most of the African countries with low universal health coverage can learn from the success stories of Indian government policies, such as the National Health Policy of 2017, which has two parts, that is the Ayushman Bharat and the PMJ, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which aims to provide universal health coverage to its citizens. So I will be concluding my presentation here. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Anish. You have discussed the health sector engagement, and you have covered the historical evolution and of the health sector engagement between India and Africa, and also the challenges which are there and the possible policy options that we can adopt. Thank you for your presentation. Now I call upon Dr. Sarita to make a presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Amity University Noida for organizing this international conference. And thank you so much for the invitation. And especially, I would like to thank Dr. Neha for giving me this opportunity to present my view on this platform. So without taking much time, I start my presentation and we'll try to sum up in the given time. So the title of the paper which I'm going to present is India-Africa Relation, Futuristic Perspective, Development Opportunities and Beyond. So, but before going into the contemporary relation between India and Africa, a small review of historical ties needs to be underlined. And the ties between, although the previous presenters already made an underline on the historical perspective, but still I would like to make a small, brief, very small review of historical ties between India and Africa. So the ties between the traders and using the Indian Ocean to cross between South Asia and Africa, of course, existed for centuries. A historical repeatedly evoked by the contemporary India and Africa developments, and in the rapidly growing corpus of the cosmopolitan Indian Ocean. The linkage of deep-rooted and restiveness stretched during the period when Britain began to use Indian laborers for its empire, not least in the Indian Ocean from the plantation of Mauritius, Natal, and Uganda. The demand for political rights, including Mahatma Gandhi's visit to end for the white settlers, and the fight for the independence started with solidarity and non-alignment. So having said that, following the policies from the 1991 India's foreign policy agenda began to alter significantly India's burgeoning economic development and set a new agenda and diplomatic position towards Africa. Now I move to the four aspects of contemporary Indian-African relations, majorly from the presentation. So the changing geographies, which is very important now in these in India-Africa relations. A significant change has been seen that India's growing interest in West Africa. In 2014, a launch of the techno-economic approach for African Indian movement, which is in terms of Team 9, by the government of India, together with the 8 West African countries. For example, Burkina Faso, Chad, Cote, Equatorial Guinea, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, and Senegal, which aims to improve food security, healthcare, telecommunication, and transport through a technical focus. And India offered $5,000 million in lines of credit to member countries. India's private sector is also gaining a great foothold in West Africa. For example, Mahindra and Tata for technological plants, centers in Kumasi and Ghana. And in Central Africa in 2009, India's inaugural India Central Africa Trade Forum was hosted in Brazzaville in the Republic of the Congo. However, South Africa kept a centrality in the economic terms with India. It is estimated that trade between India and African nations grew from a value of 3.39 billion in 2000 and $30 billion in the year of 2007. And India's trading relation with African countries looks set to burgeon in the coming years. In January 2009, the Associated Chamber of Commerce and Industry of India projected that India-Africa bilateral trade would grow to $150 billion by 2012. So there is a considerable support from the Indian and various African government for these growing economic interrelations and linkages are being carefully cultivated in the elite flora. For example, in 2008, the Indian African Forum Summit was held in New Delhi, which saw the participant of 14 African heads of states and the leaders of the 8 African regional groupings. The summit concluded with the mutual benefit on the ground to strengthen India-Africa relations, for example, establishing the duty-free tariff preferences scheme. And in 2005, the India-African project partnership was launched and over $14 billion worth of projects were discussed. These conclaves were repeated in 2005, 6, and 8. And the 5th CIM and EXIM India-Africa Project Partnership Conclave was hosted in 2009 in New Delhi. Apart from that, India also supports non-governmental areas. In November 2008, for example, Indian Minister of for External Affairs, Anand Sharma, inaugurated a 2-day international conference entitled Engaging with Resurgent Africa, organized jointly by Delhi think tanks, the Observer Research Foundation, and the Germany's public policy body, the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. So nonetheless, in the private sector and a skill-oriented economy, the Indian state indeed offer a considerable amount of sustenance. So in the development sector, after its Asian neighbor, several African countries have traditionally been the second largest recipient of India's development cooperation, and with the main vehicle being India Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, which support the small business, medium scale industries, rural credits, and the women entrepreneurship. So the skill runs in 156 countries, and the Indian government provides more than 3,000 placements, of which 1,000 are offered to the African government. So in these endeavors, India asserts its expertise in creating knowledge economics for sustainable development in the context of low-income societies. India is also able to capitalize on its role in producing cheaper pharmaceutical, as the previous presenter already mentioned, so I'm not going into that again. And a AAA technology, which is like very affordable, available, and adaptable for the African countries, that are like better designed and suited to particular African market, and those who have the Western competitors. And other forms of development assistance, including debt write-off. And there is a very beautiful report by Julius present in 2007, which says that India recently cancelled $24 billion of debt from Mozambique, Tanzania, Uganda, Ghana, and Zambia. Although this is a trifling sum up compared to some of the China's debt write-off, because India also makes sustainable contribution to food aid and peacekeeping personnel from multilateral institutions, especially the United Nations. However, one of the most important change in India's development cooperation over the last few years, moreover, it's been noticed by the scholars and the political analysts that India has deployed and increased her support of soft power. And on the diplomatic and geopolitical side, the South-South cooperation, we can't ignore that. South-South cooperation is very important, and India's geopolitical ambitions and economic energy imperatives are largely the reason deterrent of for its contemporary African activities. And India-Africa Foreign Summits have provided a roadmap to strengthen relations and affirmed the importance of South-South cooperation as an instrument to supplement existing international efforts that will lead to tangible benefit for developing countries. And
We'll wrap up in 4 minutes, 3-4 minutes.
Okay, yes. Thank you, sir. And one of the biggest and growing human and financial development diaspora plays a very important role in developing the relation between the countries, and estimation for more than 3 million Indian diaspora spread across the African continent. So now recent developments, and during the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi 2018, he proposed 10 points elaborated by the lot of Indian-African relationship and the future perspective. So I'm not going into the 10 points because we have lack of time. So while these and beyond all the loan investments and India aids and Africa's fight for the COVID pandemic, according to the Jayashankar's, like our external minister, has gifted 150 metric tons of medical aid to African countries, and under the Vaccine Maitri initiative, we have supplied 24.7 million doses made from the Indian COVID vaccine as a grant. So while these developments are indicative of the growing alignment between India's growth agenda and Africa's Agenda 2063, the African Union development goals for the next half century, it is important to recognize that India is only one among a long list of development partners that are looking to engage Africa meaningfully. So to end, I would like to add just one sentence that with major power fault lines, India's growing African engagement will perhaps be able to bring more equitable benefit to both partners. Thank you so much for listening so patiently.
Thank you, Dr. Sarita. Thank you for your covering a host of issues from Team 9 to IAFS and then developmental cooperation. Now, there are, before I there are a couple of questions. With one question which has been asked to all the speakers, which is AU has yet to utilize its full potential by optimizing resource allocation, strengthening their governance structures at grassroots level. How can AU ensure its sustained relevance? This is one which has been asked to all panelists. There are two questions to Anish Chetri, which are to describe or explain further what is the dollar a day therapy, and then Indian government step toward increasing pharmaceutical exports. So Anish can think about his answer. In the meantime, I will ask Dr. Saurabh to maybe make a few comments, and then we can ask all the other panelists to chip in. We have a few minutes, so then I like to conclude. So maybe a minute each. Dr. Saurabh.
Thank you, sir. Of course, African Union is an important agency, and of course, that is sustaining itself for a long time, not optimize its functions and purposes till now, but it's towards a positive trajectory from that point of view. Because we have seen a kind of progressive integration, which is happening in progressive integration of Africa, which is happening under the, you can say, umbrella of African Union, and of course, something like the African Free Trade Area also. It's happening under the discursive processes and the integrative processes under the aegis of African Union. So that is all happening in Africa. Of course, there are challenges, and it has not yet been able to optimize the use of its resources. In fact, African Union at the moment is heavily funded by powers, of course, which have been traditionally involved in Africa. There are provisions for, you can say, African financing of, or you can say efforts of African financing for African Union as well. So if that sometime happens, probably African Union will be able to be more active. And of course, the spirit of the integration and using and optimizing African Union persists and sustains itself. So it is on the positive track that way. So we must not see that it will go irrelevant after some time or so. It's day by day growing relevant, African Union. And of course, it doesn't allocate its resources, but it gives conditions, or you can say wants to enable African countries to allocate and use their resources to the optimum levels. That's the thing which we can say with reference to the question about African Union. And a small intervention about the pharmaceutical sector, how we are trying to increase our exports. In fact, when we look at our pharmaceutical exports to Africa, we see that these are mostly generic in nature, the generic medicines that we produce. And that is linked to the intellectual level discourses or the real discourses that are happening in WTO and other fora of the world related to intellectual property rights. And of course, India and Africa are on the same page here. So important steps to be taken, solidarity to be shown with respect to the pharmaceutical sector and the requirements and needs of the countries of Asia and Africa, but of course, specifically speaking, India and Africa here. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Alak, you have anything to add?
I just wanted to add on the pharma sector, like 20% of our pharma exports goes to Africa. And that could act as a launchpad for us to get further integrate our exports and help in developing a healthier Africa. And that's one thing. And talking about the African Union, it's been 20 years since it has been formed. with the European Union as its model, but the economic integration which it envisioned at that time, that has not been secure. So I think that if it as I told in my presentation, that Africa is a promised land with a lot of resources. So if African Union takes that lead in the economic integration, I think then there will be a greater African voice. And then these voices which we heard that China is exploiting it or another country is exploiting it, that could be averted if a stronger EU is developed over a period of time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anish?
So I would like to make a point.
Let Anish make, and then after that, Anish.
Okay, sir, I would like to address the question that about the dollar a day treatment. So like in 2001, like this antiviral drug was first introduced by Cipla. So it was an groundbreaking achievement, because like before then, like people were dying because of AIDS, and like the treatment was very expensive. It was like more than $12,000 USD dollars for people, and many couldn't afford it and they were dying. So like this also gave an opportunity to people below the poverty line to have access to affordable drugs and extend their life. So yeah, in this sector, this has been an important work. And coming back to the pharmaceutical, how India can improve its increase its pharmaceutical trade with African Union, African countries. That is, in that most of the speakers have already highlighted the important points. So I would just like to add that African Union and can work in collaboration with other international organizations to have they can collaborate to have a better policies for the African countries, and then okay, sir, that's
okay. So, thank you. Good. And now, Dr. Sarita.
Thank you, sir. I just would like to add a few things, as Dr. Saurabh already, put a very valid point for EU. So the question is like, how can EU ensure its sustained relevance by overcoming these challenges? I think the answer is very simple, because already Africa set a very long-term agenda 2016, which seeks to deliver a set of 7 aspirations. And I think Africa needs to determine on those, aspirations and agenda they set for themselves. And they start working on very rigidly to achieve, and deliver to the African continent. And especially these 7 aspirations, which desire for shared prosperity and well-being, for the unity and integrity, plus for a continent of free citizen, expanded horizon with full potential, like women and youth are realized like they need to be very freer and disease and every kind of challenge Africa is facing. So I think, yeah, I just want to make their goal to become true in the futuristic perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you had a very stimulating technical session 2. We had papers on Afro-Asianism and its evolution and growth, and India-Africa engagement using soft power, health sector engagement, and relationship, and then developmental cooperation and all. So we've had a very stimulating discussion. I would not like to say much, and since I had not made any initial remarks, so that we would have some time for discussion at the end. And just a couple of things that I'd like to flag before we can call this session over. One of the facts that we must, as was brought out by many of the papers, that we India and Africa's partnership, our engagement, our relationship has deep foundations. Historically, we had shared many shared values, and we had shared experiences, and we have been uh, collaborating on various international forums on various aspects of mutual concern. So there has been a long tradition, and I do remember this Sudanese ambassador at one point of time to Delhi. He said that we are not partners, we are brothers. So in one sense, he was able, he highlighted that, brother, the relationship is completely different, not like partnership where we are expectations and we have to, respond to those expectations. But anyway, those are the historical foundations, but the current contemporary situation is substantially different. We do have these advantages, but we can't just remain static and, think about the past and just leave it at that. The contemporary global context has substantially changed in the last couple of years. We've had 2-3 epochal events which are taking place. One was the COVID pandemic and its consequences. One doesn't need to highlight that. Then you had, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Then the second was the Ukraine war that is still continuing. It is having its consequences on the way the world was functioning, and it's unraveling lots of assumed assumptions that we took for granted a few years back. So what was taken for granted in February 2020 has completely changed in say February 2022. So those aspects have to be kept in mind. Then there is another joker in the back, that is the climate changes, consequences of climate change. And we are seeing those being played out with, adverse weather conditions and, hot weather. And similarly, you have these large storms, exceptionally superstorms and things like that. So we are having challenges globally. And in that, our engagement is not only has to contend with these global changes, but also the fact that there are multiple players. There are multiple players, and not only the traditional colonial players or European or major powers like US and others, but you also see a host of new emerging powers, and then a lot of new powers also, Turkey, Malaysia, Korea, to name the junior or new players in the Africa's engagement. So Africa has enormous options. It has internal challenges. It needs to set some of those challenges right. Nobody can set it right for them. But the point is that those challenges also have they need to be what you call viewed with this in mind, that they have to be kept. We have to keep this in mind that Africa and African elites and African people, all of them have a set of priorities, and they are not going to wait for anybody else. They are not going to wait for a long period of time. And if we don't deliver, and in that case, I mean, the fact that even if we were unable to host the India-Africa Forum Summit when it was scheduled because of, pandemic conditions, the fact that we still have not held it, or not held it even in some form, if maybe on, virtual mode or something, is reflective of the relevance and importance which the government and the, foreign policy establishment is giving. I think there is a need to, re-engage and revitalize our approach towards Africa, and we cannot just be sitting on our past laurels, but we'll need to, really get back into it. Thank you. We had a very interesting day and interesting presentation, and I again wish to place on record my thanks to Professor Nagalakshmi for her, leadership in ensuring this program. I remember we had a small talk, and I just vaguely mentioned, and I'm happy that she has been able to bring it to, full light. And then obviously Neha is, after all, junior from my own center, so I won't say much about it, but in that she's done a wonderful job. Thank you all for your papers. Very nice session. Thank you for a very stimulating conference that you have been organized. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much, Musa sir. Thank you for your wonderful contribution.
No, it's always a pleasure, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
It's our pleasure, sir. You're here.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Alak. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you, Dr. Saurabh.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anish.
With this, we've come to the end of our second technical session. Thank you for very good enlightening session that has enabled us and the students of Family Institute of International Studies to have a greater understanding of the issues and prospects in Indo-African. The next session will be headed by Musa.
So, ma'am, we'll have the next session in another 2 minutes. For that, we have, I think, the speakers and the chair is here. We can start in another 2 minutes.
Yeah, we can start.
We can start in another 2 minutes. I see Yaringam sir is here. The presenters are also here. Anushka, Prajwal, Niharika. Can everyone switch on their cameras, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Asif is here. Okay.
Mm.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning.
All right. Tanya, we'll start in a minute. You have to unmute yourself.
Request all the presenters to please rename yourself. All the presenters, please rename yourself. Please rename yourself with your correct name. I'm seeing somebody in student 6.
Yeah,
Can you please rename?
I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to find out how I can
Please
change
do
it.
that. Please do that.
Okay, yeah, got it. Really sorry for that.
And I request all the presenters to kindly switch on the cameras, please. Anushka, Niharika, Akshita, Prajwal, Arshdeep. All right, Tanya, we are good to go. You're not audible, Tanya. You're not audible. No.
Now I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible now.
Good morning to one and all present. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I, Tanya Kala, welcome you all to the second session of VIJIGISHU 2020. Moving forward with the technical session 3 of the e-conference on the theme India and Africa moving towards comprehensive dialogue, I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished chair for the session.
You are not audible here. Can you please wait for a second? There's some. Hold on, please.
Please remove all your devices from your surrounding. Tanya. Ma'am, even your voice is echoing basically. Yeah. Tanya, check with your surrounding.
Ma'am, I think the mic is not proper. Can I to remove the earphone?
Yes, Tanya.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Shall I begin again?
Yes.
Good morning to one and all present. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I, Tanya Kala, welcome you all to the second session of VIJIGISHU 2022 second day. Moving forward with the technical session 3 of the e-conference on the theme India and Africa, moving towards a comprehensive and diverse partnership. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished chair for the session, Professor Avungshee Aroingam. Professor Avungshee Aroingam is Professor of African Sociology in the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. For 5 years, he taught in Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. He has written 1 book and edited 4 books. He has published 15 research papers in national and international journals. He has also presented papers in several international conferences and seminars. For our presenters of this technical session 3, we have first, Mr. Haseeb Chiruthadayan. Mr. Haseeb Chiruthadayan is currently working with the Alliance Medical National Health Services, England. His works has been majorly focused around the various aspects of managing nuclear energy. For our next presenter, we will have Ms. Anushka Ghosh, research scholar from Amity Institute of International Studies. Next, we will have Ms. Akshita Pant, research scholar from Amity Institute of International Studies. As a 4th presenter, we will have Ms. Gangadhar Nellore Niharika Reddy, research scholar from Amity Institute of International Studies. And for our last presentation for this session, we will have Mr. Prajwal Srinivas and Mr. Arshdeep Singh, research scholars from Amity Institute of International Studies. Along with this, I would also like to welcome all the scholars who have joined us through Zoom and Facebook Live. We are extremely glad to witness your presence here today. Now, without further ado, sir, I would request you to kindly address the gathering.
Okay, time is given to me.
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm honored to be invited to the GRG sessions in this international conference organized by MIT University. And I congratulate the organizers. I have been listening since yesterday, and I heard so many thought-provoking and very important issues are being discussed. Today we have come to the second session, technical sessions of the second day. The subtopic that we are going to discuss is comprehensive and diverse relationship, how to have a comprehensive, diverse relationship between India and Africa, which is very, very important. And this has been the interest of mine since I ever started studying Africa. When we discuss about the India and Africa relationship, there is some track which we find difficult to come out, beginning from a Bandung conference, and then we come to endangered labor of India, going to South Africa, and we talk about the Nehru, we talk about the Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and sheer suffering and struggle between Africa and India during colonialism. These are some of the areas which we never difficult to get up when we talk about Africa and India relationship. And in this 21st century, what we talk about is about the trade relationship. How much India is investing in Africa, how much we are helping them, how much we are getting, how much loan we give. These kinds of business relationship we discuss in 21st century. So there's a certain track which really find people to get out from this and has been following since last few decades, which I follow up in in my observation when discussed about India-Africa relationship. And the subtopic that is given to me to share is very, very important, comprehensive and diverse relationship. And I come to know that most of the presenters are very fresh young scholars. I believe that you will not fall into the track of this traditional, box. Rather, you look at Africa and India from different perspectives, very freshly. And how can we enlarge and make it more robust, diverse relationship, not necessarily on terms of economic exchange, how much money we give, how much scholarship we give. These are repeated, topic which we discuss. I would like to see you discuss and to look at the relationship from different perspective and present very, very interesting papers. Okay, I look forward to listening from you. I'm not going to take much time. I would like to give more time to the presenters. Now we have 5 presenters here, and we are given 1.5 hour. 1.5 hour if we divide by 5, half hour you give for the discussions. And if we divide 1 hour by 5 people, I think 15 minutes each. 15 minutes each. Originally it was 4 people, but one has added, so we have 5 people. So I would like to request you to limit your presentations on the 15 minutes, and the rest will have time for discussions. If there's any time left over after question and answer hour, I will take the rest of the time as mine. But now I will not take much time, but I will hand over the time to the presenters. So the first presenter here we have Mr. Asep. Would you like to take the time? I give you now. Please go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be part of this program. I want to congratulate Dr. Nagalakshmi, Dr. Neha Sinha, and other organizers of the program. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. I'm really sorry that my camera may be really bad in its quality because of the network issues here. Distinguished Chair, my fellow speakers, and the audience. I hope you can see the slides now.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. So mine is a very humble attempt to understand the Treaty on Nuclear Weapon-Free Zone in Africa, the significance of Africa as a region into the world nuclear map, and the implications of the treaty on India's cooperation with Africa in terms of nuclear trade. So if you look, we can realize that during the early period of Cold War, the world was really concerned about the rising number of nuclear warheads present in the world, especially in the hands of United States and Soviet Union. And there were continuous efforts by multiple leaders, international organizations to reduce it down. At the same time, the other concern was about the nuclear tests which were happening in different parts of the world. USSR and US, France, United Kingdom, they all did their nuclear tests in different parts of the world, underground, above ground, in atmosphere, underwater, without giving so much of an importance to the environment, impacts of it, to the population around, and so on. So this is one of such an example where the nuclear testing had created a huge crater on ground, and it was filled with water later. The entire water is highly radioactive. It slowly peeps into the groundwater, and if there are people around to this vicinity living, their daily drinking water can be easily affected. This is a picture from the Semipalatinsk test sites in Kazakhstan. So if we look at the chart, we can realize that there were thousands of nuclear tests done.
Mr. Hasif, I think your slides are not moving.
I'm sorry?
Asif, your slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving. How is it now?
No.
How's it now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think I will not go to the bigger view then. I'm really sorry for that. So if you look, we can realize that even India has done nuclear tests, but that's limited in number. But there were the other countries which has done more than thousands of nuclear tests. So this was one of the reasons where the idea of nuclear weapon free zone as a treaty, as a binding element for the different countries came into being. So it was there in Latin America, in Central Asia, and the same started, the idea of it started to come up in Africa as well, maybe in 1960s, where French Algeria had a nuclear test conducted by the French. Now, if you look at the Treaty of Belindaba, other than creation of a nuclear commission in Africa, there are two main aspects. I would like to dictate it. The first one is it prohibits the research, development, manufacture, stockpiling, acquisition, testing, possession, control, or stationing of nuclear explosive devices in the territory of parties to the treaty, and the dumping of radioactive waste in the African zone by treaty parties, which almost covers the entire aspects of a nuclear technology. It also prohibits any attack against nuclear installations in the zone by treaty parties and requires them to maintain the highest standards of physical protection of nuclear material, facilities, and equipment, which are to be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. So the second part also covers the security aspects of nuclear technology. So these are the countries which have already ratified the particular treaty in the region. This came into being, the idea came somewhere in 1964, but it was opened for signature in 1996. By 2009, it came into operation after nearly 44 countries signing into the treaty. Now, in addition to the major aspects of the treaty, there are three protocols to it, which is specifically for those countries which possess a nuclear weapon. So Protocol 1 and 2 is basically for Russia, US, China, France, and UK, which prevents them use of any nuclear threat against the countries in the African region and conduction of any kind of a nuclear test in the region. While the Protocol 3 is basically for those countries which has territories in the African region. And if you compare the Protocol 1, 2, and 3, majority of the states have signed and ratified except US, but Spain has not signed or ratified Protocol 3. Now, what is the significance of Africa in the world nuclear industry? So if we consider, we'll realize that South Africa was one country which had plans to develop a nuclear weapon in the beginning, and later on it completely decided to abandon all its facilities for nuclear enrichment for the purpose of nuclear weapon production, and completely went against a nuclear weapon possession. Nevertheless, at present, there is only one nuclear power station in Africa, that's in South Africa, Coburg, that's a picture of it. And it hardly produces 1,490 megawatts of electric power. So then what is the significance of Africa in nuclear industry? That's where the uranium deposits in Africa become significant. So almost 18 to 20% of nuclear production in the world is provided by the uranium given by Niger, Namibia, and South Africa at present. So we can look at the chart which explains the number of uranium sites, excavations and processing, and so on. I'll just skip this slide. Now, if you look at India, India's nuclear ambitions were totally in a different route compared to the rest of the world. While most of the countries in the world started looking at nuclear production as a security element to produce nuclear weapons, India started to look at it from a peaceful aspect. And in one of his first letter wrote to Jawaharlal Nehru, Homi J. Baba wrote that we have to start nuclear research in the country for peaceful purposes. And later on, rather than just looking at the power production, it was more focused towards the health as well, for the diagnostic and therapeutic aspects of various diseases using nuclear technology. And maybe in late 1940s, the Tata Institute of Research for Nuclear Development was established. And slowly, the number of reactors started to come into being for research purposes, for the power production, for the medical purposes, and so on. Nevertheless, India was not ready to sign the major treaties of nuclear non-proliferation in the world, saying it's a discriminatory in nature. Neither NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty was signed by India. So in the beginning, it was completely fine for the rest of the world, where India did not show any interest to develop any nuclear weapons for its security purposes. But in late 1960s, 70s, things got changed. There was a first nuclear test happened, which we considered as, we declared as a peaceful nuclear testing. But later on, by 1998, we openly declared that, India openly declared that we are in capacity of nuclear warheads. This created a lot of objections from different part of the world, sanctions coming into being, considering India as a non-binding element to the international peace. This just shows that India has nearly 22 nuclear reactor units in operation at present, and 10 are approved and in operation, and there is significant amount of electricity produced from these reactors, and still the capacity needs to be increased to meet the growing energy demands of the country. Now, if we look at India's needs for nuclear progress, we'll realize that uranium is necessary for India, and India doesn't have a high quality uranium deposits in the country. As per the 3-stage program of nuclear production in the country, there are concepts of going into thorium and coming back. It's still under process. Nevertheless, India has to be dependent on international nuclear trade to match its demands of nuclear power production. So how the treaty affects this cooperation with the particular region which has the maximum amount of uranium deposits in the world, which is already under production, as well as there is a large amount of untapped uranium as well in the region. So the treaty prohibits uranium and nuclear related exports to states without comprehensive safeguards of their nuclear facilities. This becomes a problem to India because we have not completely opened most of the research reactors to the International Atomic Energy Regulations, International Atomic Energy Agency's regulatory inspections. The treaty also states that the states that have not acceded to the NPT, which are Israel, Pakistan, and India, plus North Korea, which joined and then withdrew, are denied the entitlement towards the cooperation in terms of nuclear trade with the countries in the region. But later on, due to India's principled approach towards its nuclear facilities, its commitment towards a nuclear peace in the world over a period of time, especially after 2000s, there were many treaties signed between the powerful states such as US, Russia, and so on with India. And slowly the nuclear suppliers group has started to give a wave off to India, where India could purchase technology for peaceful purposes, as well as the raw materials for the nuclear production. But the problem is that only South Africa is a member of NSG. So the energy waiver would be applicable to only in a direct cooperation between India and South Africa, not the rest of the countries. Now, at present, India's domestic uranium mining capacity is estimated about 300 tons per year. But that was in 2007. I'm really sorry about that. But in 2007 itself, the military and civil needs were estimated to be 600 tons. The NPCIL, that's the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, puts India's uranium needs as 8,000 tons of uranium per year by 2035, which is around 10-fold increase from the current situation. So therefore, India has been trying to find an amicable solution to this, to find a way out where it can get a good quality, high amount uranium from the African region in a very smooth way. So this has been in progress, especially after 2000. In 2007, an Indian company won a tender for uranium exploration in Niger, a milestone for a state so isolated in the nuclear order, which is India. India's press reports, especially the Hindu reports, that NPCL has considered taking up an offer minority stakes in 4 African uranium mines owned by Areva, which is an African hand of the French nuclear power company. So there has been a continuous progress over a period of time, despite the bottlenecks created by the particular treaty, which prohibits India from directly accessing the nuclear raw materials, which is abundant in the region. So basically, if we look at my conclusion is that in this complex scenario, there are 2 things which is ironical to each other, which plays between India and the African region. The economic and political pragmatism on the one hand makes both India and Africa to go ahead and cooperate with each other in nuclear trade. At the same time, the non-proliferation imperatives and norms prevents or creates multiple issues in making it practical and developing or growing hand in hand in both sides in terms of its nuclear technology and power and medical and other purposes. In my analysis, one thing which makes India and the African region to reduce this conflict, which is basically created by the particular treaty, is that the shared post-colonial consciousness and manifesting their historical ties and membership of the non-alignment movement and the South-South cooperation, all these historical elements, their shared consciousness makes them try to cooperate better in this particular field rather than looking at each other as enemies. So I hope that in the future, there'll be much more cooperation happening, basically India showing its responsibility towards the nuclear peace. And we don't know, maybe in the future, there may be more considerations from NSG groups by getting a membership or so, which was in struggle from last a couple of years. So we can hope that India would be able to better access the nuclear raw materials present in the region, which can economically help the region and help India to meet its energy demands and do maybe better research in peaceful applications of nuclear technology. I think I would try to end my presentation here. Thank you so much for the patient listening.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you so much for keeping the time exactly. You take only 1 minute more than I gave the time, out of 15 minutes. That's what I expect from you, and the rest also I hope you will keep the time. Your presentation is very, very important area which we seldom discuss in any other seminar. Very sensitive, very important. Also, I believe all of us have benefited through this presentation. A bit technical also. If there's any question, we can ask when the question and answer time comes. Okay, thank you. Second, now may I call to Ms. Anushka Ghosh. Yeah, Miss Anushka Ghosh, please take your time.
Sir, am I visible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Anushka Ghosh, would like to take an humble opportunity to present my body of work before the distinguished panel, not without thanking Dr. Nagalakshmi Raman and Dr. Neha Sinha ma'am, who bestowed upon me the opportunity to present my paper. My topic for the day being India South Africa, an imperishable bond, defining its roots with IBIS, that is the acronym for India, Brazil, Indonesia, and South Africa. Distance doesn't matter when the roots of the relationships are strong enough. Referring to with this old English adage, the relationship between India and South Africa can be brought into the limelight. The two nation states are separated from each other by a distance of 8,250 kilometers, placed in two sparse continents, but the conundrum of this geographical interval throughout the history has failed to affect the budding relationship between the two. Spinning the wheels of time, India's link with the struggle for freedom and prevalence of justice in South Africa dates back to the period during which Mahatma Gandhi initiated his satyagraha in South Africa. Yes, it's that old. India was first nation state who vehemently opposed apartheid and curtailed diplomatic, cultural, economic, and commercial ties with South Africa back then. However, the relationship between India and South Africa saw the day of the light with the fall of this apartheid government, with the opening of the cultural center in Johannesburg in May 1993. South Africa also inaugurated its High Commission in Delhi and Consulate General in Mumbai 1994. On the political forefront, there has been a steady consolidation of friendly ties through BRICS, that is Brazil, Russia, India, and China, IPSA, that is India, Brazil, and South Africa. ITEC, that is Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, has also played a very crucial role in fostering the relationship between the two by being a medium to promote cooperation in the development in the sphere of human resources. Memorandum of Understanding in the sphere of defense equipment and defense cooperation, as well as in the arena of skill development, is carving a niche for itself in the hospitable relation between the two nation states with undiscovered potential. After speaking lengths about the fostering ties showing an upward trend of cooperation and development between India and South Africa, it becomes important to emphasize upon the factors that is playing the catalytic role in making the two ends meet, which is very diverse in nature. And they are as follows. Firstly, it is the bilateral trade and investments. India being South Africa's fourth largest export venues and fifth largest import origin. Moreover, it is the second largest trading partner in Asia. It gives an enormous boost to the bilateral relations, exhibiting traits of multilateralism. Both the countries are striving to boost their trade volumes, encashing their coastal proximity to Indian Ocean. According to the joint study by CII, leading Indian companies like Wipro, HCL, Zomato, Mahindra has invested volumes in the soil of South Africa, creating lucrative opportunities for both the countries to develop along the lines of mutual economic prosperities. Now coming to another critical binding factor between India and South Africa, it is Indian community in South Africa. South Africa is the home to the highest number of Indians in the African continent, with a total strength of more than 1 crore, 2 lakhs and 18,000 as stated by Ministry of External Affairs, thereby constituting 3% of South Africa's total population. Student exchange programs and employment opportunities boost the influx of Indians in South Africa, creating a very powerful nexus, which in turn acts as the pressure group, ensuring stronger relation binding the two countries closer. Henceforth, the diaspora plays undoubtedly and very active role in determining the fate of India and South Africa in the near future, because the people staying there always has this motive to, build a very strong relationship between their country of origin and their country of residence, so that their interest intensifies. Thirdly, it is the regional organizations. In 2010, South Africa became a member of BRICS, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, with the aim to promote peace, security, and development. However, due to internal disparities between the dominant players, namely India and China, cooperation and peace is failing to gain its due share of momentum in BRICS. Critics now find dire need to pass the baton of power in hands of a credible, stable organization formed by a group of countries who are allies, and there is lesser or no room for futility between them. Inception of IBIS, formed by India, Brazil, Indonesia, and South Africa, is a steady alternative. According to the analysts, India and South Africa already share a bond of mutual benefit, and there is no denial about it. Brazil and Indonesia, on the other hand, shall also stand equal chance to voice their opinions and develop their economies with the help of India and South Africa without any outright dominance, as in case of BRICS. Brazil most of the time was subdued by China's entourage due to the sluggish Brazilian economy. Another very important aspect that makes IBIS credible is the outright presence of the cultural symmetries of the countries converging to attain equilibrium so as to govern Asia by the Asian countries. Thereby, credibility of IBIS is reliable if tested according to the standards I would like to cite here is established by theories propounded by great scholars of the discipline, like that of Kautya's Arthashastra, where he in clear terms stated that allies coming together to form alliance shall be truly based on cooperation. However, we cannot ignore the fetters that can be predicted while we discuss IBIS as it incept its journey. The fetters on the path of IBIS are: IBIS, as mentioned above, runs high on the credibility, but credibility alone cannot be the only factor maintaining the core of an institution which is vested with the reins of power of a region as dynamic as Asia. There are several fetters on the path of IBIS which can create possibilities of disharmony and chaos within the institution, leading to the dismantleization of the core ethics consisting of something as heavy as cooperation and development, if we put on a realist perspective. The factors that acts as the wind beneath the tendencies of dismantleization I would like to cite are: difference in the pace of economic development, creating a fertile ground of dominant players like India to assume a hegemonic narrative to perceive and comprehend economic strategies which might not align with the economic understandings of lesser developed countries like Brazil and Indonesia. Their perception might be very different from that how a developed country faces, like developed country we can call India right now, faces an economic understanding or a challenge. The biggest challenge that IBIS is predicted to face shall be the extravagance of India, disillusioning the vision of Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia, and just like China does in BRICS every time. Another important and highly predictive challenge that IBIS might face in the future shall be the product of India's consistent insecurities of Chinese presence in Brazilian, South African, and Indonesian economies. Trust deficit in any relationship, whether personal or international, creates a situation of disharmony and discontent. China became Brazil's largest trading partner in 2009. Former Brazilian president and many in the Brazilian media considers China to be Brazil's most promising business partner and a strategic ally due to China's rising demand for raw material and agricultural produce for obvious reasons. Indonesia and China shares a very historic tie of proximity where India hosts the largest number of Chinese descendants, creating a very close linkage between China and Indonesia through enhanced bilateral relations. As far as South Africa is concerned now, the relation between the two nation states saw a drastic improvement since 2007. In 2010, something very significant happened, that is Beijing Declaration was signed between China and South Africa, where South Africa was upgraded to the diplomatic status of comprehensive partner by the Chinese government, which is something very, very crucial and to be noted. However, future cannot be predicted in a very strong and a definite term, especially in the dynamic domain of international relations where theories are standing the test of time. IBIS is a tender concept which needs continuous deliberation to create a concrete structure and achieve its goals to restore peace and cooperation, retaining the essence of development in the competitive world where nations are in continuous motion to manifest their national interest in the truest sense. And as I would like to quote Karl Marx over here, he said that capitalism in a lightning speed shall ruin away. So IBIS as an institution creating a situation of cooperation and development with the countries which are similar at some point in time, but at this other point in time, they are very, very diverse. So there can be situation and probabilities where there can be rebel or revolution, one never knows. So IBIS is something very, very tender right now, and at this stage predicting something in a very, very concrete term is not possible and it's unfair. So future cannot be predicted in strong terms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anushka, for your presentation. Can you just sum up your presentation, one topic, one, how do you?
Sir, I was talking about the synergy
topic,
of
just summarize one sentence.
One sentence?
Yeah, just topic.
Imperishable bond with diversities and creating an essence of commonality intact with the roots of IBIS.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, South Africa is, the country that has a lot of diversities, similarities, communities, because a lot of persons in the diaspora.
It is like a labyrinth, coming together and going away. It's a very diverse and dynamic.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Opportunities which you can develop our relationship deeper and more robust and get benefit from each other. Thank you so much for your presentation. We can take up the discussion later. Now, the next will be. Can I call to Nirika Reddy, next presenter? Yeah, please take it.
Sir, we have Akshita Pant, co Niharika Reddy, as per the list.
Okay, go ahead, Akshita Pandey. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Akshita.
Please.
Yes, sir. She's just preparing. Yeah. She's just unmuted.
Akshita Pante, I think you are mute. If you are speaking, but your line is mute, that's why.
So she's facing some technical issues. Niharika, can you please go ahead first?
Or would you like to come next? Okay.
So she started presenting.
So Akshita is welcome.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes, you're audible, Akshita.
Yes, you're audible.
Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, respected chair, fellow attendees. I'm Akshita Pant of AISS. I would like to thank Dr. Nagalakshmi ma'am and Dr. Neha ma'am for providing me this opportunity to present this paper on India-Africa cultural diplomacy. First of all, I would like to quote one of my favorite quotes as I was going through this paper, and it was by Mahatma Gandhi. A nation's culture resides in the hearts and in the souls of its people. So through cultural diplomacy, we can get to know each other very well, and through people-to-people relationship, we can get to know each other through our deep-rooted sense of similarities as well. With a long historical roots,
and centuries of bilateral interaction between India and Africa. They have been connected through not just economical or in political aspects, but also interlinked through countless cultural aspects as well, like the people-to-people relationships. Both India and Africa have these, deep-rooted civilizational values that are spread all across the globe, and they are not only unique, but they are also universal, as we can all see. Not just our festivals, our dances, our languages, but they are all spread across the globe and are implemented throughout day to day and daily with all the people across the globe. So first of all, starting with the historical background, as we all know that the Western imperialism has affected both India and African region, and that may be one of the reasons that they are more connected to each other, because they have this shared history of colonization by the British Empire. So the colonization period that they both have witnessed have really connected both of them with each other and made the relationship more secure, and they can relate to each other more. That's why their culture has been very intimate with each other. As of now, it all started with Mahatma Gandhi and Mahatma Gandhi and his non-violent protests in South African regions, and started in 1894, as we all know. This marked one of the earliest steps by Gandhiji that led to a remarkable journey of independence of India. But not just colonization history are we talking about. It has been started with the trade routes and the spike that we share recently, yoga and everything. So not just our history, but also in a contemporary world, we all share each other's values. So I would like to go through a journey with each other. I hadn't shared this. Yeah. I would like to go through a journey with each other that will make us realize that what has been done and what the people to people relationship has been going forward, that has led to these cultural aspects that we are so connected with each other. First of all, there are religious practices that are both celebrated in India and Africa, and the people in Africa celebrate a lot of Indian festivals or Hindu festivals, as you can see, because the African religion have a lot in common with Hinduism. Very traditional people they are. A recent example that I can give is celebrated is as Holi is celebrated in Single, and a lot of Mauritius, as we all know, celebrates Diwali, Holi, and Ganesh Chaturthi as well. So these are some of the religions that we all see, but not just religion. There are a lot of Hindu temples that are built in African regions and African countries as well, that are much celebrated, and not just the origin of Indian people that are celebrating these festivals, but also African people that like to get themselves included and like to celebrate these festivals with the people of Indian origin that they celebrated with. So the auspicious celebration of Holi or auspicious celebration of Diwali and Ganesh Chaturthi are all one of the some of the religious practices that are shared. But not just festivals, there are a lot of important dates that are celebrated in African regions as well, like Republic Day or Independence Day. These are all celebrated and very much appreciated in countries as well, like Ethiopia and Nigeria, as I can give the example. Like Ganesh Chaturthi was recently celebrated in Uganda and South Africa with both African people and Indian people. So yeah. Another one of the most important aspect of this cultural relationship between India and Africa, I can say, is their bonding through their foods, and how they bond with each other through their similarities and how they like their food to be. Because a lot of examples that I've shown is I've written is their shade of spices and how they appreciate each other through the mixture, and how they like to create their own version of Indian dishes as well. Because we can see the similarities. One of the example can be the, of course, the result of colonization can be the main example of why in both India and Africa share these spices, and they like to appreciate each other's food as well. One example I can give you is like the Bani Chow dish that is very famous in South Africa. Another one is a Swahili dish that resembles our dish, Rajma Chawal, as I can tell you. It is very similar to it, and they like to create their own mixture, and they like to, they very much appreciate our flavors as well. And we also appreciate their flavors and, you know, their spices and their dishes, and we like to recreate those dishes and share with each other, as I've mentioned here. The next, okay. The next, I would like to come to the come to our pop culture, or our, you know, the Bollywood culture and the Kannywood, as I like to talk about, is one of the most recently, through COVID and everything, India and Africa has been very much connected through social media, and not just, you know, main Bollywood pop culture, but also in many of the countries that we would not expect them to be connected through music, through you know, a lot of songs, a lot of dances. They have been deeply connected and sharing these cultural aspects with each other, and not now, but through 1950s, the Bollywood culture has been started you know, gaining popularity in African regions, especially in places like Kenya. So I would like to give some examples of these pop culture. One of the example could be of Mali, where many of the people recall their, you know, memories of Bollywood films that they first saw. But it is very important to see that they not only like the recent movies and the trending movies that are, but they like to enjoy the you know, the old movies, the old school movies that we have shared. So one of the examples is like Rote Rote Hasna Seekho, and from, you know, Andha Kanun and all that. They like these kind of songs and everything. The popularity and the rise of Kannywood in Nigeria is also gaining its popularity, because a lot of African, the women in Africa, they are gaining these, you know, they are liking the Indian serials and the music and the romanticization of the movies and the literature as well. So they are getting inspired and they are getting motivated because of the Bollywood movies, or of the pop culture of the Bollywood as well. So moving on from the from the Bollywood, as I've given some examples, but I also like to give a recent example during the COVID times, that one TikTok of some Tanzanian siblings got popular, and they were called Sher Shah, and it got so popular not just between Indian and African region, or Indian and African people, but also with you know, throughout the world. So yeah, this is how these were some of the, you know, fun and, you know, that music, or in a way that they are connected to each other, cultural aspect that they are connected to each other. And also they're connected to a lot of sports, especially cricket. India and Africa have long history of their what can I say, their, you know, history of celebrating and contributing themselves into cricket. As we all know, that is also a part of our the cultural history of, and our imperialistic history of both Africa and India, that they shared with cricket. So that was that cricket is one of the examples that I would like to share, that they both share with each other, both India and Africa. Another one of the interesting example that I come to, and it can also be very much related to our diaspora and in India and Africa diaspora, that is tourism. That we all know that both African and Indian citizens reside both here and both here in India and in Africa. So the tourism question is, you know, very, very, the topic of tourism is very interesting, because nowadays we all are aware that how tourism is affecting, you know, both of us, both the countries. But one of the most interesting thing that I came across was the medical tourism from Africa to India, African regions or African countries to India, that is gaining its popularity. And why is it gaining its popularity in India? And why a lot of African countries and African people are coming in India to get their medical treatments or to get the surgeries or to get any kind of treatment is a very interesting topic, because the Indian skill, the doctors, the skill that they have, the surgical skill that they have is not only high, they are highly skilled, but the prices are also cheaper in India. So rather than going to any other Western country or any other country that will take a lot of money, time, and everything, African people and the regions that they have, the people come to India to get their medical treatment as well. So this was one of the most interesting point that I would like to point out. And lastly, the most important, I think, the part of cultural diplomacy that we still need to work on a lot, both India and Africa need to work on, is the initiative and the culture, not just the cultural initiative, but the initiative that we need to carry forward in order to maintain our relationship, the bilateral relationship that have been going through for centuries now. So one of the most important is the ITEC, as we all know. In the recent example I can give is in Gabon, the National Pursuit Scholarship Training Programs, and it is offered by India, as we all know, and ICCR schemes. India's capacity building training programs under ITEC are popular in Senegal as well, that I would like to point out. And also I would like to point out that India and Senegal are also celebrating the 60th anniversary of the establishment of their diplomatic relations. So that was also one of the recent examples, because both India and Africa want to contribute to not only just education and but also the capacity building programs that they have and that we are doing. So India has promised to set up over 100 training institutes across Africa, including in agriculture, food, rural development, and etc. And over 20,000 scholarships have been given by India to African students as well. Another thing that I would like to point out is the Pan-African Africa-India Friendship Foundation. That is also one of the most anticipated thing that we are waiting for, the African diplomatic in one of the African diplomatic missions. Another one of the initiatives can be the student exchange programs that we have, and the Know India program that we have, and the think tanks that we have. It's one of the most responsibility to lead by the to generate new ideas, and pressing for these ideas for the implementation is also very important. So IATT, and that is the Indian African Think Tanks Network, is also very anticipated for the substantial synergy to happen between both the regions. And the scholarship program is also going in a very fast pace between both the regions. And I would have also like to point out about the Vidya Bharati and Arogya Bharati project that has been given by the External Affairs Minister, that we all know. And it is all very interesting to talk about how these technological advancement can help a lot of African students to get their certificates, to get scholarships, to get a lot of education in science, technology, mathematics, and everything. And they can learn a lot, and they can gain a lot of experience to these initiatives by Vidya Bharati and Arogya Bharati. The next I would like to point out is the Namaskara Africa, which is the initiative, the business initiative and the tech initiative that is given by the two regions. And this is also very important for all the business developments that has been going on. But it not just includes that, it also includes the pharma, medical, healthcare, engineering, chemical, manufacturing products as well. So that was one of the things that I was like to point out. And also the Kampala principles that were given by the 10 principles that were given by Narendra Modi, and during his outbreak of the pandemic, that was also one of the most important principles that were heavily talked about, and that we would like to focus on. So lastly, I would to conclude the cultural assimilation between the two regions that I've talked about from the historical point of view, from the trade and everything, from the festivals and everything, that there are a lot of people to people connections and people to people relations that are still need to occur and still we need to focus on, because because all these historical partnerships that we have talked about, we have a long way to go with these diversified dynamics that we have with each other, right, with African and Indian power. The soft power that both the regions have is one of our strongest unit, in my opinion, that the soft power of India and Africa can lead us a long way to each other. And the heritage we have with the help of tourism and our clothing, our food, our dances, our movies, we can hear, it will be very nice to see and great to see where we take these the similarities and the culture and the appreciation we have for each other culture as well. And I know that there is still a long way to go, and but we can bring the people together, but it is still long way to go. It's not enough, these cultural waves that we have to see with our music, with our Bollywood, or all the cultures that we have. So at the end, I would just like to point out that these initiatives are great, and these initiatives have been doing very well, but there is still a lot of marks that we have to see with not just ITech or the capacity building, but also the people to people relations that our countries have been making, the think tanks that we have to build with each other, and to come together and to unite and every day appreciate each other's culture and appreciate each other's heritage that we have shared for the century. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Akshita.
Thank you. Thank
for
you.
your presentations. You have comprehensively put on the cultural aspect which is going on right now, at the same time how to make it more robust. This is the area which sociology have been advocating since long, whenever there's a conference or seminar on India-Africa relationship. But these are the areas where do not have instant benefit for Africa, for India also. Investment is required, first of all, and the benefit will come later. That's why government could not give priority to this area, but we need to work on this. Yeah, I hope as a students of culture, diplomacy, we will work on this and put very concrete proposal to the government of India and help them also how to put into practical way of working. Okay? Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, the next one we have. Yeah.
So we have.
Narika Reddy?
Yes, sir.
Narika Reddy, may I request you to take your time? Yeah, let's go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Respected chair, esteemed guests and fellow attendees. I am Niharika Reddy Gangadhar Nellur, presenting before you from AIS. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nagalakshmi ma'am and Dr. Neha Sinha ma'am for providing me with this opportunity. So my topic is India-Africa relations on mutual respect and cooperation. So actually India was part of Africa, and both were actually part of supercontinent called Gondwana land, but India broke away due to continental drift and later joined South Asia. So trade happened between these two countries for like centuries, be it during Aksum Empire in the 1st century to the present day Ethiopia and Eritrea. And India and Africa has got great historical affinity from due to colonization by for the colonization by European nations. Leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Kwame Nkrumah, who is a Ghana leader, also played a strong role in strengthening the political ties and even through non-alignment movement and non-violence between the countries. So the foundation of India-Africa relationship is majorly laid on European colonialism, shared interest, and zeal for development.
So both the countries engage on many issues at multilateral forums, which is also necessary for sustainable rules-based order with stability, predictability, and transparency. So the complementarities between the countries where India's need for natural resources and Africa's need for capital transfer and knowledge transfer are on par with individual goals. So last 3 years, there have been many multiple visits at highest level, and even Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very clear that India wants Africa to become its largest trading partner. Some of the factors that shaped Africa. Some of the factors that shaped Africa are the lower commodity prices right now, and the great democracy, and then preponderance of youth and rapid urbanization, the fast growing population, the untapped minerals and agricultural wealth, which is present, and then the increasing prosperity also. So now I'll be focusing on 3 major factors where India and Africa could together improve their relationship. So the first one I'd like to talk about is economy and trade. So India is one of the top 5 investors in Africa and 4th largest trading partner. So India, through duty-free tariff preference system, has given almost 98.2% of India's tariff lines. So in 1990, Alec Erwin, who is South Africa's Trade and Industries Minister, laid the country's trade strategy as butterfly strategy. So it is something like the body and thorax, which goes north and south through Europe and US, and then the east-west, the wings go for Africa, Latin America, and Asia. But the strategy has not been implemented, or we can say it is rarely implemented. But Africa can learn from the experiences of Asia, and the motto can be looking forward, not backwards, where it can focus on infrastructure and agriculture sectors. So India even could slide into the pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity of Africa, because India is known for producing mass generic medicine production, which could be beneficial for Africa because of its low cost, and even it can rope in the private players also, where this could be more possible, as Mr. Modi has said, India's intention is to become Africa's largest trading partner, where this could be more possible only through private players. And then we could involve them through capacity building, healthcare, and even in maritime engagement also. And Africa's, in India could even, India's FDI could be invested in consumer-oriented products like apparel, pharmaceuticals, and components of automobiles. And India's FDI in African continental FTA can also provide proper framework for optimization. So trade between countries is also range from raw materials, rare earth minerals, uranium, petroleum products, cereals, pharma, etc. So the IAFS, which is India Africa Forum Summit, it was actually aimed to establish. To establish a more structured engagement between the countries. So the first IAFS was mainly focused on duty-free markets, and the second IAFS was focusing on soft loans worth 5 billion and even 500 million grants. So IAFS 3 also focused on development, capacity building, and even assistance and grants. So India's FDI to Africa has mainly confined to service sector, and there is a need for shift towards manufacturing and capacity building, because and then the Indian idea to get closer to African markets could be done through value addition and then integration with global supply chains. Which will also give edge to Africa, because the integration of local supply chains to global supply chains and integrating it through infrastructure, connectivity, and trade. So, and then next I'll be talking about development and capacity building. So India and Africa wants actually equal, consultative, and collaborative relationship, which can be developed through capacity building and many other developmental platforms. So as PM Narendra Modi has addressed in 2019 in Uganda Parliament about the 10 Kampala principles, where they were mainly focusing on the strengthening the developmental partnerships. So actually, let's talk about what sets out India and Africa relationship in terms of development and capacity building. So as you know, like US, China, and UK have actually better relationship with Africa in terms of capacity building rather than India. But what makes it, what sets out? So actually, India mainly focuses on innovative capacity building, and then it has deployed, as India is a hub for IT, it has deployment of ICT, which is information, communication, and technology, to build knowledge and economy of Africa. And then India's commitment to various concessional credits and grants and capacity building in regards to schools, colleges, vocational institutions, public transport, clean energy, agriculture. And India and Africa both have special interest in farmers and their livelihood. And then deployment of manufacturing capacity in MSMEs across Africa. So development and capacity building can be taken up by Indian private entities, where there could be a public-private partnership, and then there could be blended finances, which can improve IT, and then digital technology and knowledge transfer. And then recently, the Exim Bank has launched a trade assistance program where Indian banks could participate internationally, and then Exim Bank would cover partially or fully and guarantees terms of risk in least developed and developing countries. This can help build trust and improve relations even in banking sector also. So, and then I'd like to talk about Pan-African e-network, which is mainly focused on internet and broadband along with satellite facilities. And then it links institutions, hospitals, universities through communication channels. It was actually launched by former PM of India, APJ Abdul Kalam sir. And then the budget was $125 million, which was entirely funded by India. And then this could provide satellite connectivity, telemedicine, teleeducation to African countries. So it actually supports the e-governance, e-commerce, infotainment, resource mapping, and other services. And then the recent innovations in digital technology in the last decade has been seen, especially in Asia and Africa, where there is lacunae in terms of digital penetration, the usage, and the capabilities. So projects like Digital India, which has been very nicely implemented in India, could also be used to implement, and it could benefit youth in Africa regarding employment and education also. So then next I'd like to talk about AAGC, which is Asia Africa Growth Corridor, and then it is actually pooled between India, Japan regarding technology, which is about to increase quality of infrastructure and digital connectivity. So it is a multi-stakeholder strategy which involves both government, the government, business entities, and even the academia. So it is aimed at enhancing trade between Asia and Africa, and it is actually expanding into ASEAN and AAGC, which is like a counter to China's BRI. Now, next I'd like to talk about security. Security, it is generally a nowadays it has become a transnational issue and can be curbed only with global solutions. So it mainly arises due to lack of opportunity, marginalization, division among population. So India's relationship with Africa can be taken to the next stage through defense partnerships, promoting peacekeeping, and even through cybersecurity also. So the principle number 7 of Kampala principles is about combating terrorism, cybersecurity, and peacekeeping. So let's talk about a little bit history. The defense cooperation dates back to Nehru's time in 1956, where Emperor Haile has requested India's PM Jawaharlal Nehru to open a training academy in Africa, which was later opened in Ethiopia in 1958, and is called as Imperial Military Academy. Soldiers from this academy have fought in many countries for independence. And then present President of Nigeria, Mr. Hechi Buhari, has studied at Defense Services Staff College, Wellington in Tamil Nadu. So approximately even 4,000, presently approximately 4,000 Indians are serving in peacekeeping forces of Africa. So India has even established a naval war college in Nigeria and an Air Force in Ghana. So AF-INDEX 2019, which is the first field training exercise between India and Africa, which executed humanitarian mine action, happened in 2019. And let's talk about little cybersecurity also. So as increase in mobile phones has been seen, and it could even, what do you say, uneducated Africans might fall prey to this vulnerabilities. So even India has a nodal agency called as CERT-N, which is Computer Emergency Response Team, which overlooks the cybersecurity issues or other issues regarding the internet. And then due to COVID-19 also, there has been shift to online platforms, and even countries like Egypt, Kenya, and Morocco, and South Africa are already have a framework with India regarding cybersecurity. So, and now finally, I'd like to talk about some challenges and way forward. So India, I guess, India, rather than competing with other countries, can try to fill the lacuna and can build trust and long-term relationship with Africa. So it could provide training facilities which might come attractive for Africa, because it is trying to look out for the modernization of security forces. And some of the challenges include India is not only the country that is trying to build and deepen relationship with Africa and have a strategy. And then countries like European Union and China, Japan, and US are all having the IAFS type strategies. So they even can commit more resources and investment in Africa compared to India. So there are many new factors that are shaping Africa, as I've previously discussed, which are rise in militancy, urbanization, population increase, demographies, which can become a hindrance in the relationship. And then India has a little advantage over other countries because of the diaspora factor, where there are 3 million Indians in Anglophone African nations. And then there can be a synergy buildup between countries like India and Japan, and India and France partnership in Africa in terms of joint development and investment. So the way forward could be India could focus on implementation of the projects and improvement, as well as impact of the delivery of the existing projects. So we can inject more bilateral relationship into implementation of the project. And then the focus should be on the last mile delivery, where you can even, for example, say we can take the Indian graduates can be Indian graduates can be injected at the grassroots level on the project basis, and then which serves as a quality and exposure to even the students also in the foreign countries. And India needs to advertise its contribution as it does in case of tourism campaign, so that it could be more vocal about the impact of project delivery. And then countries need to leverage its strong assets like diaspora and private sector to enhance bilateral ties between them. And then private sector should be more agile and shift itself, and then shield itself from the other countries also. And then there could be a 24/7 infotainment channel where it can be started in Africa to project India's soft power. And then there should be a narrative building also, which is like the really important point, where narrative building, the ties between India and Africa not only benefit economically through trade, but also frame a strategy to convince that people that the engagement between the countries could be mutually beneficial. We need to convince the people of Africa that the engagement between both the countries can be mutually beneficial between them. So yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Malika Reddy, for your very comprehensive presentations of India-Africa relationship and cooperation. The area is very vast, and you have to try your best to touch in every aspect of the relationship. But I would rather ask to advise you to do how to go about we focus one area where we're really interested and try to bring out some very concrete relationship about India and Africa that would be very beneficial for the government of India as well as for Africa also. Anyway, I appreciated your vast knowledge about India-Africa related corporations and present to us this afternoon. Okay.
Thank you so much.
The next will be Praswal Srinivas and Ardeep Singh. So this will be the last presentations. I would like to request your time now. Yeah, go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
So a very good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Arshdeep Singh, student of BA Honors International Relations. Today, me and my partner, Prajwal Srinivas, will talk on today's agenda. Firstly, I'd like to thank Dr. Neha Sinha and Dr. Nagalakshmi for giving us this opportunity. So, the relationship between India and Africa date back to ancient period with historical evidence dating back to 1st century. It bears testimony of ancient India's commercial relations and trade routes with African continent. This was possible due to geographical proximity and easy navigation in the Indian Ocean. The relations between India and Africa strengthened during the 1920s when both the regions were fighting against colonial rule and oppression. And Mahatma Gandhi had a significant contribution in fighting against class division and injustice. India had played a critical role in raising issues of liberation and decolonization of Africa at several international forums. In 1955, India provided a useful model of African nations of democratic development. India had a prominent role in organizing Asia-Africa Summit in Indonesia. And because both the regions were victims of oppression during the colonial period, India was among the first countries who established formal diplomatic offices after African countries started gaining independence. Africa had been a collective assertive of Nehru's non-alignment movement during the Cold War era. Economic engagement between India and Africa rapidly increased in the early 2000s. Today, India and Africa are one of the fastest growing developing economies of the world. Africa is the continent of the long run, and India is a major emerging economy. Indian government has taken many initiatives and launched programs to target African countries like Focus Africa and Team 9 initiative. Since the inception of India-Africa Forum Summit or IAFS in 2008, it has been flashpoint for regular diplomatic gatherings of African leaders. IAFS has achieved a remarkable milestone when total 54 African countries participated in third summit in 2015. With investment around $73 billion in 1996 to 2021, India is among the top 5 investors in Africa. India is Africa's 4th largest trading partner. India's bilateral trade with Africa has reached almost $90 billion in 2021 and 2022, compared to last year's $56 billion. Africa Continent Free Trade Agreement, which is yet to be launched, will benefit India immensely. Africa is a continent which is rich in natural resources dominated by commodities like crude oil, gas, leather, and many more, all which India lacks. Primary commodities and natural resources account 75% of Africa's total exports to India. And on the other hand, India's exports to Africa are dominated by refined petroleum and pharmaceutical products, accounting almost 40% of the total exports to African markets in the last 5 years. India's development partnership with Africa have been lines of credit, grant support, and capacity building initiatives. Indian government has provided grants and loans to Africa under Special Commonwealth Africa Assistance Program. Till now, India has sanctioned around 222 LOC projects in Africa through Export-Import Bank of India, which were covering 357 projects in 42 African nations. This is challenge and opportunity for Indian companies to find ways and to create and add value to the projects. If they want investment relation to continue to grow with Africa, it would need to pursue an integrated approach integrating Africa to GVCs, strengthening Africa's infrastructure and connectivity. Health and security is a major priority for any country, and so is the case with India and Africa. And recent pandemic exposed various flaws in the healthcare department. India has always been committed to provide good quality healthcare services, and various private sectors of India have invested invested in development of secondary and tertiary hospitals and labs. Pharmaceuticals industries of Africa are still not that good, which creates chance for Indian companies. $10 million India-Africa Health Fund was announced at the third India-Africa Forum Summit in 2015, and this needs to be better utilized. India can help set up tertiary hospitals across the continent after consulting Africa Union to identify the number and locations of these hospitals. Indian technical and economic cooperation had played primary role in capacity building and skill development under India's development partnership with Africa, receiving most funds from this program. The Pan-African E-Network was launched in 2009 and has been a revolution initiative in improving better healthcare and medical facilities for almost 54 African countries. The second phase of this program, which was E-Vidya Bharati and E-Arogya Bharati, started in 2018, which aimed to provide free tele-education to 4,000 African students each year for consecutive 5 years and provide a medical education for 1,000 African doctors. It is a web-based and totally funded initiative by the Indian government, enabling any qualified Indian university to offer online education to African students. And this has been a success because rapid enrollment was seen in the Indian scholarship program in the recent years. India pledged 50,000 scholarships at third India-Africa Forum Summit to African students for a 5-year term period and set up an institution for higher education in Africa. Over 42,000 scholarship slots already been utilized in the last 5 years, and many important Indian companies like Tata Motors, Mahindra, and Bharti Airtel have established in the African continent, playing a major role in the employment generation. India and Africa often held customary relations in the global platforms, working together to guard the interests of other developing nations. And India's dream of becoming a permanent member in the United Nations Security Council is incomplete without the active participation and support from the African countries. India has been a prominently raising voice in the United Nations for a permanent member who could represent the interests of the African continent. While India has remained on representation for developing countries, African countries have come to justify regional representation. India and South Africa have been mutually coordinating in organizations like BRICS, aiming to counter West financial institutions like the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. Such organizations promote mutual benefit for financing and overall economic development without any third country's influence. Africa and India are extraordinarily rich in biodiversity, with species of rare flora and fauna are threatened both by overexploitation and climate change, requiring coordinated positions under the Biodiversity Convention. Under the Project Cheetah recently, India brought back the cheetahs through the joint agreement with Namibia, aiming to revive the extinct cheetah population in India. Both the regions share an ultimate goal of robust global climate change regime, enabling ecologically sustainable development and improvement and ground level implication of 17 sustainable development goals for a better tomorrow. And now my partner Prajwal will continue.
So thank you, Arshdeep. So I'm going to talk about International Solar Alliance. International Solar Alliance, initiated by India, has seen a major participation of African countries. Presently, 33 African countries are a part of International Solar Alliance. India holds the first mover advantage to trap Africa's solar resources through ISA. The solar sector exchanges between India and Africa are shaped with required resources and collaboration through provision of technology and even employment generation. India has announced line of credits worth of $2 billion to Africa for over 5 years for implementation of off-grid solar energy projects across the Sahel region, aiming to provide electricity to half of the 600 million Africans who are currently off-grid. I think it's a revolutionary initiative. Africa caters to almost 26% of total crude imports of India. An inevitable factor that plays a role in energy diplomacy is the limited availability of oil resources. Africa can provide diversification of oil supplies away from traditional sellers like the Middle East and can play important role in India's energy matrix. India has two largest oil companies, India Oil Corporation and Hindustan Petroleum, have doubled their oil imports from Nigeria. State-run Indian companies have almost invested $8 billion into African oil. $640 million a line of credit was given to Ethiopia for development of sugar industry, which is a landmark development. Sugar plants aims to produce 93 million cubic liters of ethanol, making it sustainable in terms of energy, reducing carbon footprint. India is committed to support Africa's energy transition to rapid deployment of clean energy technologies. It envisages co-capabilities and co-benefits while promoting local ownership. A significant amount of global resources of rare minerals like cobalt, lithium, graphite are found in Africa. Reports recently indicated the possibility of granting lithium access to India in exchange of line of credits given to African countries. This could bolster the EV market in India, making it more affordable to the Indian public and facilitate India's struggle to reduce import bills of oil. Another arising aspect of common cooperation between India and Africa is maritime security. Safeguarding Africa's maritime security is important because large chunk of world trade passes through its waters. The Western Indian Ocean region is a key aspect of maritime cooperation between India and Africa. The Western Indian Ocean region includes 10 countries, and it's of major global geostrategic significance and remains a space of major geopolitical and naval interaction. India is rapidly enhancing cooperation in military exercises with Africa. IPSAMR 6 exercise was held with South Africa with active participation of Indian Navy along with Brazil, South African navies in 2018. Even the exercises like inaugural multi-nation exercise.
Shorten your presentation, Mr. Srinivas, because time is going to be over. We are given up to 1 o'clock and now it's going on. You can kindly summarize your presentations and be very thankful.
Prajwal, you can conclude. Start with your conclusion.
Yeah.
So, as the world is getting more interconnected to globalization, salience of cross-cutting issues are on the rise. Challenges like public health, drug trafficking, human trafficking, poverty, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and international terrorism are almost faced by each state. Newer domains like artificial intelligence and cybersecurity have recently gained much attention. India must focus on further improving of relations with Africa for equal growth and deepening cultural exchanges amongst the societies from both sides. China's growing influence in the continent is and will always remain a threat to India's national interests. Surprisingly, most of the mines of the Africa are controlled by China, giving way to unprecedented advantage in global rare earth mineral supply chain. China's BRI has significantly got foothold of many African nations. So India's cooperation with Africa must secure Western Indian Ocean region to counter the expanding influence of the Chinese Navy in Indian Ocean. India definitely needs Africa's support to command this grand planned strategy of world politics. I have a word to all my panelists and audience. Despite we are free from colonialism, still the colonial mindset left by colonialists is abundantly seen in both regions. It's high time we break these barriers and stereotypes. Both the regions should mutually cooperate and make the world a better place and promote the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Exactly 1 hour, 1 minute. Can I ask the permission, Professor Lakshmi and Neha, to have some 5 minutes of discussion or should we now?
Sir, we can have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. We can have a quick discussion, sir, because we have few questions also.
Oh, okay. So let's take up directly question answer time. So if there's anyone who would like to ask very pertinent questions, not unnecessary, very important questions to clarify from the presenters, may I give you time. Make the question very short, understandable. Okay, you have 10 minutes. Go ahead. Any question?
So we already have 2 questions posted in the chat box.
Yeah, please.
Can you read it out, Tanya?
Sure, ma'am. Okay. So the first question is to all the presenters. The question is, where does India sees itself in the current African power struggle? Does it see itself as a hegemon like USA and European countries, or on what common grounds with the African countries decide being in a powerful and effective position in the international system?
That question to whom?
It's to all the presenters.
Okay. Please go ahead.
So actually, India doesn't see itself, according to me, I think, India doesn't see itself as a hegemon compared to whatever the question said about US and European Union, because historically you can see India doesn't involve in national affairs of other countries. It stays out of internal matters, and then even India has taken many initiatives, and many initiatives regarding government of India have taken many initiatives to strengthen Indian-African relationship. And India doesn't try to be a hegemon, which is very clear, because India doesn't want to economically gain something from Africa, but it wants its approval from its people of Africa. It wants to convince the people of Africa for the engagement between both countries, because it wanted it to be mutually beneficial between both, because it sees itself as a historically it sees itself as a suppressor of colonial powers. So I guess this is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, anyone else speakers?
Thank you so much, Yeringam sir, and this is really wonderful session. Here, I would like to congratulate each one of you, especially Arshdeep and Prajwal. A big kudos to you both.
Thank you, ma'am.
The youngest presenter, they were the youngest presenter, and they really did marvelous research. I must appreciate them. And it's an inspiration to all those sitting over here in this auditorium, that being an youngest, look at that, the amount of research that they had done, right from talking from the African Union collaboration, capacity building, and then how the figures that they were giving it in this, it's real marvelous. So it's an inspiration to each one of you sitting over here to please come forward and be supportive to these youngsters. And I want you guys also in the next session, next VIJIGISHU, so that you can also come forward and participate. Once again, congratulations to each one of you, especially to Arshdeep and Prajwal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Yes,
so
the
much.
floor is, I couldn't resist myself congratulating them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kindly go ahead, please.
Shall I conclude the session?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just say one word from Mahatma Gandhi, what he said. When he said about the relationship between India and Africa, he said, relation between India and Africa should not be based on material exchange, rather on ideas and knowledge, which is still very, very important for us. The present relationship has been imbalance between ideas and material. Economic exchange has been seems to carry away. That's why we ignore some other aspect, and we need to rebalance that, and we need to do more research on this. How can we connect with the people, that culture aspect, and build up our relationship? And that should be basic foundations of our relationship. Having said this, I once again thank you all the presenters for your very wonderful presentations. I believe you go up to be a very, very experts in Africa relationship and help us a lot in developing a better, robust relationship between India and Africa. I also thank you, Professor Lasmi and Dr. Neha, for inviting me to be a part of this. I once again congratulate for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, over to Tanya. You can take it over and give formal thanks, and then you can close the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So as we come to the end of the technical session 3, day 2, I would like to thank the chair and the presenters for an insightful and thought-provoking session that has enabled us, especially the students of Amity Institute of International Studies, with a greater understanding on the theme India and Africa moving towards a comprehensive and diverse partnership. Thank you, everyone. We will now have a short break, and we will assemble back for the technical session 4, which will be taken forward by Hitochit at 2 p.m. sharp. I request everyone to please join back in time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes. I request all the presenters to please switch on their cameras. All right. Rituchit, good to go?
Yes, ma'am. All set.
Can we start?
Rituchit,
Yes,
start.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All good.
Yeah, start.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I, Ritochit Chakravarti, welcome you all to the second day of VIJIGISHU 2022. So we will now proceed with the fourth technical session of this e-conference on the theme India-Africa Cooperation for Security, Stability and Sustainability, Energy, Environment, Food and Health Security. I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished chair, Professor Vijay Pratihari, sir, for this session. Professor Vijay Pratihari is an associate professor at the Jamia Millia University, New Delhi, with specializations in international politics and African affairs. He holds special interest in the African studies, India-Africa relations, Asia-Pacific relations, and diaspora and international studies. Professor Vijay Pratihari has participated and presented multiple papers in many national and international seminars, both in India and abroad. Sir has also authored publications in multiple reputed journals. Along with our distinguished chair, we have the following presenters that will enlighten us in this session. At first, we'll have Ms. Srila Pokhriyal, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. Mr. Anurag Sharma, Senior Research Associate, Vivekananda International Foundation. Mr. Shehbaz Mansoor, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. Ms. Khyati Anand, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. And finally, Mr. Kunal Segan, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. I would also like to extend my warm greeting to all the scholars who have joined us through Zoom and are watching us live on Facebook. We here at Amity are delighted to have your presence today for the e-conference. Now, without any further ado, I'll kindly request our Honorable Chair for the session, Professor Vijay Pratihari, sir, to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, organizers, and especially Dr. Neha Sinha for inviting me to chair the session, and particularly very significant contemporary important seminar on Africa, especially the India-Africa relations, and covering the various areas. So there is the original list, the names are different, which I took the printout from the program. I think somebody has to help me calling out the names of the presenters later on.
Sure, sir. Won't be an issue.
Okay, no problem. So coming to the topic itself of this session, which is assigned. The topic is India-Africa cooperation for security, stability, and sustainability in energy, environment, food, and health security. See, traditionally, India-Africa relations so far from the India's independence have covered various areas. Initially, the focus was on the anti-colonial movement, anti-racial movement, and the decolonization process of the African countries. And later on the Cold War period, the relationship was somewhat stagnated and not much the progress in that sense. So, and in the post-Cold War period, therefore, the scenario was changed because of the global situation, because of the new emerging powers, because of the now since the bloc politics was over. Therefore, ample scope for countries and the different states to come together and choose their partners for the development and the other areas. And so far, the new areas also emerged in the post-Cold War period, especially I'm talking about India and African countries, new areas also. Concerning, debating from the traditional areas which I have just mentioned, the new areas are like the securities, especially the Indian Ocean region, the piracy, so therefore the security of the sea liners and the trading, and stability, sustainability, and especially the energy. And energy is Africa becoming very significant for India from the point of view of the energy security. So therefore now we are importing around 17 to 18% of our oil from African continent. And now there is a change in the relationship, especially in Sudan, from where we are importing and we are holding some of the stakes in the oil refinery. Now this changing scenario means now instead of buying only from those countries or country specifically, now India is now investing, thereby creating an asset, especially take the case study of Sudan. So therefore, there is a new phenomenon coming up, not to buy only your interest in the mineral resources. Like there is an allegation that some countries are copying or doing the same way as the ex-colonial powers, only buying their interest in the mineral resources by not adding anything value. Therefore, that perception has changed. Now we are adding the values, we are helping those countries in the industrialization process, in the business, in developing the market. So the energy is very significant. That point of view, we want to somewhat lessen our dependency on the Gulf War. And so as to show the environment, food and health security, recently because of the COVID, during the COVID time pandemic, still continuing. So India has helped by extending the crucial medical, you can say the help to various African countries, and even the supplying the medicines, the crucial COVID medicines to the various African countries. Therefore, the health cooperation and the health relationship between the India and African countries becoming very crucial, and many African countries also acknowledge the contribution of the India in this regard. So, and so as to show on the environment and the food security issue. And so therefore the government of India in between also thinking or the process has been started by the pulses, because the African countries have surplus of land, and our pulses rate is skyrocketing or very high, the prices in India. So therefore there is a talk going on to grow pulses in many of the African countries, and therefore where the climate also suitable. So therefore we will be benefited by importing the pulses or the other agricultural products from African countries to India. By African countries also got benefited by supplying, by exporting those. So these are some of the issues I think the panel will highlight. The different issues mentioned in the topic itself. Therefore, they will start. The time is now 2:10 in my watch. Therefore, we'll start the deliberation at and 20 minutes each, as announced by the organizers. Therefore, the first presenter is Miss Srila from the Amity University. Her topic is not mentioned, but she will announce her topic herself. Miss Srila, 20 minutes. She is there?
Yes, sir. She is there. She is presenting.
Please carry on.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
So a very good afternoon, respected chair, esteemed guests and fellow attendees. I'm Shrila Pokhriyal from MAAIIS. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank Dr. Nagalakshmi and Dr. Neha Sinha for providing me with this opportunity to present my paper in this conference. So my topic for today is combating climate change in Africa. So for all mankind, but particularly for African continent, the climate crisis presents a security threat. rising temperatures, and uptick in natural calamities, invasion of locusts, floods, and drought. It is a nightmare in sounding sound to it. However, these catastrophic events are currently occurring as the primary consequence of climate change, endangering many aspects of daily existence on the continent. According to UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Programme, Africa is the continent most vulnerable to climate change. The unfairest element of situation may be less than 4% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions produced in Africa. Given the richest 10% of the world's population is accountable for more than half of the carbon emissions, that is a little amount. So hence in my presentation, I'll discuss how despite being among the most world's least polluters, African countries are repeatedly suffering most owing to their geographical limitations. It illustrates the repercussions climate change has on the continent, while also highlighting the national, regional, and international projects, as well as the several additional activities that are on the top priorities in preventing climate change impacts on the various. Finally, it demonstrates how alliance between India-Africa collaborates on several initiatives, programs, and diplomatic missions to tackle the threat of climate change on the worldwide scale. So my first topic is the causes of inducing climate change. So human activities act as a catalyst for the warming of global temperature. Some of them are the burning fossil fuels, emissions from the manufacturing and industry, and various others like forest desertification. Through various of the processes involving land clearing for agriculture, grazing, digestion by cows and sheep, manufacturing and use of fertilizers, manure for planting crops, and etc. So the production of food results in emission of carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases. Due to this, food production plays a very significant role in climate change. Over the majority of all electricity used worldwide is consumed by residential and commercial structures. Energy-related carbon dioxide emissions from buildings have increased over the few past years as a result of rising energy demand for heating, cooling, rising air ownership, and increased electricity used for illumination, electronics, and smart devices. An estimated of 12 million acres of forest are burned annually. Destruction of forest reduces the nature's capacity to keep emissions out of the atmosphere because they absorb carbon dioxide. 1% of the world's greenhouse emissions is caused by forest degradation, farming, and other changes in the land use. So the next, I'll be talking about the impact on the population and living conditions. There are various aspects where the climate change impacts. Those are the agricultural stress, the food scarcity, economic impact, urbanization, health, and migration. It also impacts the conflicts in the region. I'll elaborate it further if needed. So next, I'll be talking about the initiative by the Regional Organization on Climate Resistance. The economic community of West African nations, the ECOWAS, which is regarded as one of the cornerstones of African economic community, was established to promote the objective of collective self-sufficiency for its member states. So the ECOWAS Commission and its partner have developed this regional climate strategy, that is RCS. So in order to consolidate and harmonize a framework of action for the fight against climate change in ECOWAS region. Later, the ECOWAS Commission adopted a number of policies and plans that address the fight against climate change, including the ECOWAS strategy and action plan for gender bias disaster risk reduction in 2020. So while the entire globe is coping with difficulties brought on by the climate change, Southern Africa is especially vulnerable to its effects. The Southern African Development, that is SADC, dedicated a number of international accords and programs on climate change. The adaptation and mitigation of climate change are governed by international conventions and regional programs. Some of those include the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. The livelihoods of people in practically all sectors of economies of East Africa Community, that is EAC, that in that area are threatened by the negative effects of climate change that are made worse by rising average world temperatures, in light of this, the EAC has created a climate change policy, strategy, and a master plan. So next I'll be talking about the initiatives by African Union. So the African Union tri-negotiating body on climate change is made up of African Group of Negotiators, that is AGN, the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, MNCN, and Committee of African Heads of State, Government, and Climate Change, CAHOSCC. The environmentally sustainable and climate resistant businesses and communities are extensively discussed in Agenda 2063, that is Africa's blueprint and master plan for the transforming Africa into the next global powerhouse. Climate resistance and preparedness for natural disasters will be emphasis of this objective. So taking the immediate action to prevent climate change and its effect in one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is SDGs, are associated with Agenda 2063. According to Agenda 2063, Africa is anticipated to have transformed inclusive and sustainable economies, as well as higher living standards as far as climate change is concerned. So about climate change in this area, at least 17% of terrestrial and inland water, 10% of coastal marine regions, and 30% of the farmer fishermen will use climate resistance production methods. Next, I'll be talking about the African Development Bank Group, that is SDBG. So the SDBG African Development Bank launched the Africa Climate Change Fund, ACCF, in April 2014. The goal of helping African countries strengthen their resistance to negative consequences of climate change and make the transition to sustainable low carbon growth. 15 modest grant projects totaling roughly $8 million have been authorized by the ACCF so far. The approved projects will help over 16 African nations, which include Benin, Verde, Cameroon, Kenya, Mali, Uganda, Senegal, Sudan, among others. The African Development Bank created the ClimeDev Special Fund in 2009 as the investor group of Climate for Development in Africa program. The fund makes investment to increase the continent's capacity to produce, distribute, and make use of trustworthy, high-quality climate and weather data. The bank is spending $36 million through ClimeDev Fund to upgrade Africa's climate weather observation networks, which should allow the access to satellite data and the provision for services that will give accurate and rapid weather climate predictions. The next is initiatives by the International Organization on Climate Change in Africa. So the United Nations Environmental Program, that is UNEP, Africa's office climate change work in area concentrates on supporting nations in settling up mechanisms for executing their promises to take action on climate change, generally known as the Nationally Determined Contributors, NDCS. Several other initiatives which UNEP took under it were NDC's Action Project that assists Ghana, Morocco, Uganda with technical assistance, so they may turn their NDC pledges into workable implementation strategies that can draw funding. The next is UNEP, that is Africa Low Emissions Development Project. So UNEP worked with 7 nations to objectively demonstrate how implementing NDC via combining the mitigation and adaptation activities that may result in social economical gains and benefits for the environment and climate. So the third one is the Project to Prepare National Development Plans, NAPS. This planning creates a baseline for adaptation in nations including Zimbabwe, Nigeria, and others. So it then selects a smaller number of priority areas before collaborating with the nations to develop the necessary governance structures, collaborations, data requirements, and technical expertise in order to ensure the long-term success for national development and adaptation planning and implementation investments. So lastly, my focus is on India-Africa partnership, climate diplomacy. climate diplomacy has recently been quite evident in India's dealing with Africa, given the geo-economical and geopolitical importance of African continent. In line with India's engagement with Africa on several levels, including bilaterally, regionally, and continentally through the AU and organizations like Indian Ocean Rim Association, the bulk of African states, roughly 34 countries, are already members of International Solar Alliance, ASA, ISA, states like Congo, Rwanda, and Mali, to name a few. African nations popularly known as the sunshine countries. They are blessed with abundance of solar energy and are paying close attention to IS. By utilizing solar energy, it is possible to provide electricity to more than 500 million people. Given that India may meet the goals set forth in a Paris Agreement, India's technological know-how and diplomatic endeavors in this regard may combine to achieve a high degree of success. So India has set the compass for foreign policy in proper way with the ISA with other measures. To progress multilateralism, it is necessary to strike a balance between the competing agendas by creating special platforms or frameworks for the participation of Africa and India. Regionalism, which pushes for more institutionalization, and internationalism, which aligns various regional economic groups and climate concerns, may be compatible with such framework. So in its dealings with African region groups such as SADC, ECOWAS, and others, India began a specific climate diplomacy initiative. India may also work with other renewable energy programs in Africa. It is working on it, such as the African Union, Africa's Renewable Energy Initiative, which has support of the continent's top climate change leaders. And to conclude my presentation, I would like to say that studies show that although the continent's emissions of greenhouse gases has significantly decreased, they will still rise as a result of its continued population growth. As a result, a balance between infrastructural development and environmental conservation is required. In order to avoid the worst consequences of climate change, much more must be done to reduce the emissions in both developed and developing countries in next few decades. A rising international framework that ensures significant efforts from all major polluting nations is necessary, in addition to strong international rules. Additionally, the nations that contribute to climate change should accept the responsibility of their acts and pay the fair share of their financial reparations. Thank you.
Thank you, Srila. I mean, you're dealing with a very important and significant topic, the environment, which affects the whole humankind. That is, so therefore it is very significant and important. You also discussed the role of the various sub-regional organizations in Africa, like the ECOWAS,
yes,
and the SADC and other
SADC, yes,
SADC, and
yes,
how they are dealing with the environmental issues, and again the African Union's initiative, which is very significant.
Yes, sir.
And Agenda 23.
Yeah, 2063.
Yes, and the over and above the role of the African Development Bank, and especially the focus is the last part of your discussion was how India's role.
Yes.
I mean, here the solar mamas also, they also initiated the solar project, solar lanterns providing, and they call it a group of women, especially the involvement of women, and they call the solar mamas is very significant, and which. Why? Because the Africa is always a deficit in electricity generation and production and distribution. So therefore, there is a long blackouts. If you go to African cities, you'll see that. And so therefore, this is a very significant contribution of the present government to have the solar alliances, international solar alliances, and the Africa being a part of that. So it's a very significant way to look into to deal with the sustainability aspects of the environment, which is very significant to preserve for the future generation also by using renewable energy sources. So thank you very much, Srila. I mean, excellent presentation. Next, I suppose the Mr. Anurag Sharma. Who is the next? Anurag Sharma?
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Anurag Sharma.
Please announce your topic also.
Right, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you. Chair, my topic will be India-Africa Counterterrorism Cooperation. Since as a researcher, I come from the background of counterterrorism studies and cybersecurity studies. Therefore, I would like to present, the area which has a lot of scope as far as the India-Africa relations are concerned. And before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank Professor Nagalakshmi for giving me this floor, and Dr. Neha Sinha for inviting me to give a presentation on this important topic. Chair, when I received the technical session heading India-Africa Cooperation for Security, Stability and Sustainability, quotes in energy, environment, food and health security. So I was just wondering that where my topic could fit in. But when I had a look at the word of security, stability and sustainability, which is very essential part of keeping the peace and security in the region. Without peace and security, all the various sectors cannot be progress or go ahead. So just a glance of the overview, keeping my time limit in the mind. Around we have Indians. If I talk about Indian diaspora, why the peace and security is so important for India-Africa relation, and where the counterterrorism cooperation fits in. We have around 46 countries out of 54 where Indians are living at the moment, and Mauritius is 70%, nearly 70% of total population is of Indians. Around 800,000 Indians are in Nigeria, which is a conflict zone, which we all know at times. And in the same nation, we have 100,000 Indian businesses operating. So to begin with, I would like to come that peace and security have always been, the being a part and the priorities of India-Africa relations. Along with other African nations and under the UN Peacekeeping Charter, India continues to participate in almost every peacekeeping and anti-piracy operations in various African countries. Now, we do have a very strong relations with African nations, particularly on the sector of defense when it comes to the security. The Lucknow Declaration, which is also known as India-Africa Defense Ministers Conclave, was first held on 6th February 2020 in Lucknow, where both nations mutually expressed their wish to counter terrorism and strengthening their existing UN nations mechanism against combating terrorism. So as of now, India is indirectly cooperating with African countries on counterterrorism. So from our contribution in African nation is like from setting up defense colleges and other related establishments to the deployment of training teams and hosting of India-Africa field training exercises, which is called AFI Index. India has been involved in sharing defense expertise and helping build African nations' defense capabilities also. And however, to further strengthen counterterrorism cooperation with Africa, there are some various aspects which we may need to consider. So I'm dividing my presentation into two other sections: trends of terrorism in Africa, and finally we will see the way forward for India's cooperation on counterterrorism. So after Asia, the African continent is the world's second largest and the most populous. The continent is home of 54 fully recognized nations and 2 de facto states. I would say the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and Somaliland, both of which have limited or no international recognition so far. Terrorism in Africa has evolved as a geopolitical event, led the groundwork for Islamic jihadist organizations to thrive and carry out their operations. The section is also having, particularly talking about the Sahel region, which comprises of Somalia, Chad, and Nigeria as three central locations in sub-Saharan Africa, where the Islamic terror groups are majorly operating. The downfall of Islamic State in West Asia, I would say, Iraq and Syria, has gave them an opportunity to expand their operations in Africa. so they targeted the Sahel region where Al-Qaeda was already been having its strong presence. And both transnational terror groups, Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, are having their affiliates, or I would say allegiance groups, already based in various nations of Africa. If I talk about, we have around 7 nations where Al-Qaeda and Islamic State both are present, including Burkina Faso, Mali, Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, Egypt, Somalia. The strongholds for Al-Qaeda is Kenya also, where Islamic State has no presence as of now. And Islamic State is having a strong presence where Al-Qaeda is not there, is in Congo, Mozambique, Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, and Niger. So this data is sourced from the US Directorate of National Intelligence report 2022. Now, Somalia continues. We have seen the Somalia continues to be plagued by the terrorism spreading to Kenya, Mozambique, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Islamic jihadist organizations have committed numerous terrorist acts in the Sahel region of West Africa, which borders with Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso as well. The Islamic State sought to grow and take root in the Sahel region, though they have the competition over there in the form of Al-Qaeda. And the Islamic State, therefore, and other jihadist organizations can thrive in Mali because of the country's political unrest, ongoing rampant corruption, and the feeble military. So I'm referring to a comparative, the top 10 countries which are most impacted by the terrorism. The Global Terrorism Index 2022 of an Australian-based think tank has concluded. So out of 10 top most impacted countries, we have Somalia, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Mali, and Niger, the 5 most countries mostly impacted by the terrorism. So this highlights that how gruesome is the terrorism position is in African continent. So as I mentioned, 5 African nations. Somalia is at rank number 3rd in that list. Burkina Faso is at 4th, Nigeria is at 6th, Mali is at 7th, and Niger is at 8th number. Recently, if I talk about in 2021, March 2021, 3 coordinated strikes by terrorists of Islamic State West Africa province were carried out in Tawa region of Niger, which resulted in the deaths of 137 civilians. So this was a first kind of attacks at the massive level carried out by the Islamic State West Africa province in Niger. So in the recent history, the year 2021, Niger suffered many casualties due to terrorist attacks, especially carried out by the Islamic State of the Greater Sahara and Islamic State of West Africa province, and Boko Haram, which was continued to almost everyone. If I talk about Africa's deadliest terrorist groups, these are Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, Jamaat Nasr al-Islam wal Muslimin, which is JNIM, and Islamic State affiliated, we have ISWAP, and as I said, ISGS, which is Islamic State of Great Sahara. The reported death of Boko Haram's leader Abu Bakr Shekau in May 2021. There has been some, followed by the defections of its members to ISWAP, which is quite possible that Boko Haram may fall in the coming time. However, its presence in the neighboring nations, including Mali, Cameroon, and Niger, has been, exceeded by another affiliated group, ISWAP, which is an affiliate of Islamic State in Nigeria. When I discuss about some of the data which I have collected, highlighting the problem in the Africa region. Mali has from January 2022 to June 2022, in the first 6 months, Mali reported around 2,700 civilian deaths caused by the Islamic jihadist terrorist attacks, and which is 40% around more than 2021 data we have. Similarly, Burkina Faso also, in the first 6 months, 2,100 people were killed, including children and the the situation in Mali, why I say that it's been worrisome, because France, which was heavily involved in Africa's counterterrorism operations for a very long time, I would say over the last 7 years, the France-led military operations such as Operation Barkhane against Al-Qaeda and Islamic State have been very effective, but it was not complete, not to the end. Terror groups such as JNIM have taken the advantage of the Sahel region, political grievances, lack of economic opportunities, and other social conditions also. So the repeated coup in Sahel, primarily in the Mali, do not promote regional stability at all, which is a part of concern for India. And Mali has experienced 3 military coups in the last 8 years, 2012, 2021, and 2022. Highlighting the government's instability to combat terrorism. Since the start of France's counterterrorism operations, it is estimated that over 100,000 West Africans have died, and over 1 million have been displaced. And both West African and French security forces have suffered heavy losses also. Given the loss of its troops, the cost of fighting Islamic terror groups, and unpopularity among the Mali's government and especially the general public, in February 2022, French President Emmanuel Macron announced the withdrawal of the French and allied troops from the Mali. As a result, as I've also mentioned earlier, that Mali would suffer from France exit, and neighboring countries of the security paradigm of the neighboring countries will be jeopardized as well. The overall terrorism situation in Africa is primarily rooted somehow, dissatisfaction in society, lack of governance, unemployment, law and order, and political instability. Therefore, terrorism in Africa is religiously, but also it is politically motivated. And due to mentioned reason, the local jihadi groups may find a progression in allegiances with the transnational terrorist organizations, especially with Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. Now, I come to my final segment of my talk, that what are the areas where India can go forward, since we already have very good cooperation in defense. I would like to quote our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar's statement on 17th May 2022. I quote, he said, India has been cooperating with African nations to counter the expanding threats posed to their societies by radicalism and terrorism. These areas have been contemporary agenda of cooperation, unquote. So this time, radicalism and terrorism has been, the primary focus in the second defense in India-Africa Defense Conclave being there. So in the area of defense and peacekeeping in Africa, we were heavily involved. We have aided in establishing, as I mentioned in the beginning, the military colleges in Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. We have also sent the training teams to Botswana, Namibia, Uganda, Lesotho, Zambia, Mauritius, Seychelles, Tanzania, and other African nations. So aside from establishing defense facilities, the Indian Armed Forces have been providing the humanitarian aid and the disaster relief in the numerous tragic events, such as Cyclone Idai in Mozambique in 2019, and numerous rescue operations over the years, especially during the pandemic caused by the Wuhan virus, aka COVID-19. India was a major role. India played a major role in vaccine export as well to the African nations. So 2 significant initiatives over the past year, which have helped the strengthen ties between India and Africa on the defense sector. The first was this F-Index, Africa-India Index, which took place in March 2019 in Maharashtra. And the second was India-Africa Defense Minister Conclave, initiated in February 2020. It is reported also that India may consider exporting SAMs, which is surface-to-air missile system, light combat aircraft Tejas, light guns and ammunition to boost the defense ties further. However, I strongly believe that as we have a scope in India-Africa counterterrorism cooperation, we should come up, directly, or we should have more visibility in the counterterrorism cooperations with our African nations. This will increase both the demand, for the defense equipment in Africa also, and the ability of African countries to conduct successful counterterrorism operations against the Islamic jihadist organizations. With vast experience in dealing with cross-border and proxy terrorism and insurgency within the country, India can also contribute to build the capacities of security agencies in Africa. So at last, I'm strongly advocating that there is a scope for India-Africa in cooperation in intelligence, investigation, and prosecution of terrorism-related incidents with the mutual goal to combat the terrorism. I rest my voice here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Anurag, dealing with a very important topic which affects the global terrorism, or the terrorism per se is affecting the whole humanity like the environment. And especially significant is the significance of the terrorism or the global terrorism, their reach, their strategy, their capacity to strike is also especially it is important in terms of the weaker states or the state which are the weaker. So therefore it's directly associated with the state security these days. We are now studying the state security arising out of the global terrorist organizations, which are very powerful, like Al-Qaeda. And in that sense, in IR, it's now becoming a very hot topic. So thank you for bringing out, and plus to see how the terrorist group was becoming so powerful in the context of African countries. I mean, attacking of course, the Kenya and Tanzania, the malls, and see recently the Mali. You've cited the example of Mali. The French troops asked to intervene to drag them out, Al-Shabaab. So therefore, and the establishment of the AFRICOM. AFRICOM is directly the result of to protect the of weak states that are coming. But the one point I want to highlight from your presentation is that how to link the defense cooperation or defense conclave, how that will lead to the cooperation in the counterterrorism initiatives between India and African countries. That you have to be, I think, elaborate a little bit. And so because from the Western countries we know they are including the USA and other countries are very eagerly, especially the case of the Somalia, the fragile state, and other states also. They fear that the Al-Qaeda and the other terrorist organizations may take over some of the fragile states. So their contribution, one can visualize how India in that context, where India is pitching, how the defense cooperation between India and African countries are translating towards the cooperation in the counter-terrorism initiative. Thank you very much. The next is who? Pathak, Doctor, who is the next?
Sir, as for our next presenter, we'll have Mr. Shahbaz Mansoor, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Shahbaz, continue. Please tell us the topic also.
Good afternoon, esteemed chair, all the dignitaries present. Before I start my presentation, a special thanks to our HOI ma'am, Dr. Professor Nagalakshmi ma'am, and Dr. Neha Sinha ma'am for giving me the opportunity to present on this very important topic. So when we talk about challenges and concerns emerging from Africa, as Mr. Anurag Sharma already said, that terrorism is undeniably the worst challenge faced by the African countries, and activities carried out by multiple terrorist organizations such as Boko Haram, ISIS, Al-Shabaab in Somalia have not only threatened human lives in African countries, but also has rattled peace and halted the developmental progress of the region. So my topic is understanding, so to illustrate the importance of terrorism and how terrorism has been spreading and how bad a menace it has been in the region, I'll be focusing on one region and one terrorist organization, that is Boko Haram in Nigeria. So I'll be
in the PPT I made, I'll be covering the historical background. I'll be tracing out the history of the terrorist outfit. I'll be talking about, I'll be tracing out the funding mechanism of the terrorist organization. Most importantly, I'll be talking about the Nigerian government's response to the Boko Haram organization. And finally, I'll try to come up with 5 suggestions as to how Nigeria can counter this evolving menace. So the brutality orchestrated by Boko Haram in Nigeria has resulted in civilian deaths, mass displacement, economic collapse, and food crisis, with the main aim of constituting an absolute Islamic state in some parts of Nigeria. It is also head-on in dismantling all the Nigerian democratic institutions, with jihad obviously being the rule of the thumb. So I'll start by talking about the history of this terrorist organization. I'll try to trace out the history of this organization. Oh, it's not the slide. Okay. So the history of Boko Haram can be traced to the early 19th century, when Sheikh Uthman bin Fawdi founded the Sokoto Khilafat in 1804. The purpose of the Khilafat state was to end the social and economic unrest that has disturbed the then central Sudan. The theocratic state was based on Islamic pillars. It was a Sharia state. The Khilafat saw tremendous achievement, tremendous success in economy, in education, also known as the brave people of Fudi, because they stood against the Hausa rulers that those were very dominating in the region. When the region was taken over by the Britishers in 1903, which is now Nigeria, Niger, or the southern Cameroon, there were constant Islamic revolution movements with the main aim to resist the Western educational setup. So we can connect the dots. So fast forward directly to 2002, a very charismatic leader in Maiduguri, Muhammad Yusuf. He was a preacher, a religious preacher. He founded the Boko Haram he formed the Boko Haram terrorist organization. So Boko is to go with the name, Boko is a Hausa term meaning Western education. Or there's an ongoing debate that it is more than Western education. We can say that people influenced with Western education or people helping in developing Western institutions are also Bokos in Hausa. Haram is an Arabic term meaning sin or something forbidden. So the literal meaning of Boko Haram is Western education is forbidden. That is how I have connected it with the Sokoto Khilafat and the Islamic revolutions that took after the demolishing of the Sokoto Khilafat. And the aim has been same. They have been calling the Western education a noxious impact on the children of on the Muslims. Next, I'll be talking about the emergence of terrorist organizations. So as I said, founded in 2002 in Maiduguri by Muhammad Yusuf. The group Boko Haram is more of a name used in the media. The group does not call itself Boko Haram. The they call themselves Jamaat Ahl Sunnah wal Dawa wal Jihad. So this Arabic meaning is the people, the organization of people who are for the propagation of the Prophet, peace be upon him, teachings, spreading of religious education, and jihad. Jihad is the last part of the term that they give themselves. So Muhammad Yusuf used to convey very fiery sermons talking against the Nigerian constitution, and he was actually throughout his preaching he was calling now the reason for Nigeria being backward is this attachedness of Nigerian government towards the Western influence. So from being founded in 2002 to 2009, what Boko Haram did is they started a door-to-door anti-Western education campaign, going to people, asking them not to send their children to the Western school, so that they will end up having a very evilish future if they continue to study in those schools. So from 2007 and 2009, they tried to go into this non-violent spree of making people understand not to fall for the Western influence. But it didn't last for long. In 2009, after an altercation with military and local forces, it began attacking police forces and government officials, killing and injuring many. In response, security forces launched a crackdown on the group, killing many members. Shortly after, in the same year, 2009, Muhammad Yusuf was assassinated and captured. After Muhammad Yusuf, his deputy, he resurfaced Boko Haram, and his name is Abu Bakr al-Shaqwa, and unleashed a campaign of violence in 2010 and continued in the following years. Boko Haram's attacks grew in intensity and frequent, occurring primarily in northeastern and central Nigeria, and typically targeting government buildings, schools, churches, and many other places. In 2015, it is when actually the Boko Haram thing got the international limelight. It was when in 2014, Boko Haram's mass kidnapping of more than 275 girls from a hostel, from a boarding hostel, from a hostel in Chibuk in the Borno state. The kidnapping was widely condemned across the globe and generated an increase in offers of international assistance, which Nigeria, unlike the past, wanted this time. The next month, the United Security Council imposed sanctions on individuals of Boko Haram. The next assets and issuing travel bans and arms embargo. But given the nature of group's operations, it was unclear if the sanctions would have any impact on Boko Haram's activities and operations. In 2015, Boko Haram declared allegiance with the ISIS, making the security situation in the country much more worse. In 2016, Boko Haram divided into two factions. As I said, JAS, Jamaat Ahl Sunnah wal Dawa wal Jihad, which was obviously led by Abu Bakr Shaqwa, and the Islamic State West Africa Province, the ISWAP, which was led by Abu Musab al-Barnawi. The two groups have been fighting each other mercilessly. The most recent fight took place just last week. It was on 20th September, in which the ISWAP took Boko Haram and killed two top Boko Haram commanders. Now I'll be talking about the funding of the terrorist organization. Initially, it was thought that Boko Haram was affiliated with Al-Qaeda. In March 2015, as I said, Boko Haram announced union with the Islamic State and proclaimed the group as Islamic State West Africa Province. The depth of this relationship, to be honest, is yet to be very much analyzed. Terror funding is a serious concern for the global community, and it is under a serious lens when it comes to organizations like the FATF. And especially when we talk about the region, the Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering in West Africa. The main aim of the organizations has been to investigate the financial sources of these terrorist outfits and to come up with such solutions and method by which they can deprive these terrorist organizations of their funding. The display of heavy equipments, weapons in the Boko Haram videos shows that the funding is very strong. The funding is very strong, and it has been by the research which I have gathered. There is 100% foreign intervention. There's 100% foreign support for the terrorist organization. Plus, there is a strong local funding mechanism that Boko Haram is having. And there's a story. I don't know. There is the Asian chapter of the independent news channel. They took the story of Boko Haram they said that the story of Boko Haram fundraising began post the 9/11 attacks only. It was said in the report that around that time, the founder of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, sent a member of Al-Qaeda to Nigeria with around 1.8 million euros in the local currency, obviously, and to be distributed among the groups who shared Al-Qaeda's mission to impose the Sharia law. Boko Haram has a strong local level funding, as I said, and recent allegiance to African and very strong Middle Eastern terrorist organizations have only strengthened their financial structures. Other prominent funding sources of Boko Haram are found to be funds from bordering countries, as I said, kidnapping of government officials and asking for huge ransoms, slave market in operating in Nigeria and other neighboring countries, illicit trafficking, drug trafficking, illegal weapon trafficking, smuggling of immigrants, oil smuggling, piracy, money via local gangs, obviously through cyber crimes and banking frauds. Now, very importantly, let's discuss the initiatives taken by the Nigerian government in response to the Boko Haram onslaught.
Mr.
The
Savas,
measures thus far taken by the Nigerian government hasn't yielded any positive outcomes. It's been a mix of both good and bad. The decision, starting from the good, we can say the decision to negotiate with the members of Boko Haram, especially when they came out and identified themselves, giving nod to the integration of Al-Majiri Islamic education system. Now, Al-Majiri is an Islamic education system which talks about Sharia, which is usually being taught in the madrasas. The government initiated and included this in the formal setup. They started investigating at the government level the root cause of violence in northeastern Nigeria. Other positive initiatives would be asking all they had called for a consensus among all the northern leaders, asking for solution to counter the insurgent group. The Nigerian government, in response to the rising carried attacks by Boko Haram, increased security budget also and introduced the Terrorism Prevention Act, which has tasted some kind of success. The government also enhanced its border security with the neighboring countries to prevent the role of foreign actors in making the security situation worse. Let's jump on to the bad initiatives. The decision of demolishing the buildings owned by the Boko Haram members or suspected to be owned by the Boko Haram members, those buildings were demolished, and this decision proved out to be disastrous. In the process of demolishing these buildings, the relatives of the terrorists were arrested and detained for longer periods. Not only detained, some were even killed in questioning while in custody. All this led to more anguish for the government at the ground level, resulting in more youth joining the Boko Haram ranks. Now, when we talk about the counter terrorism strategy, let's talk about the initiatives that the Nigerian army took on the military front. After seeing an acceleration in Boko Haram activities, Nigerian adopted a series of measures to contain the threat. The very first being the creation of JTF, Joint Task Force, in 2011, when memberships drawn from various security agencies like the military, police, immigration, customs, and the state security service. The joint task force adopted measures such as imposition of dusk to dawn curfew, ban on the use of motorcycles, stop and search operations along township roads and throughout the country, cordon and search operations on suspected hideouts of Boko Haram members, and the mopping up of non-military rifles. The deployment of special security forces as an offensive against the sect has been partly successful. The use of military patrol vehicles equipped to detect hidden bombs and other weapons with a radius of 50 meters is a response strategy that has worked well. With this strategy, the vehicles are put on the roads where suspected.
Yes, ma'am.
Conclude quickly. Shabazz, 2 minutes. Conclude. The chair wants you to conclude the presentation.
We have a shortage of time, therefore please conclude within 2 minutes. Come to the conclusion. What do you want to say?
Slide. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. So we're back. We were talking about the military initiatives taken by the Nigerian military. So the use of military patrol vehicles equipped to detect hidden bombs and other weapons with a radius of 50 meters in a response strategy, obviously I told, has worked very well. Talking about the recent military success, the very recent military success, it came on the 6th August. It's a very significant attack because here comes the role of the Nigerian Air Force. the Air Force carried out a series of bombings. It's in Katsina state. The bombings killed 8 members, 8 militants, including Boko Haram leaders Abdul Karim Fasa, who reportedly led attacks in Safana, Dan Musa, Batsari, and other parts of the Zamfara state. A few days earlier, on 3rd August, the Nigerian military carried out airstrikes in the Mandara mountains of northwestern Borno state. The airstrike killed 28 Boko Haram militants, including the top commander Al-Hadi Modu, also known as Bembem. According to media sources, Modu reportedly coordinated Boko Haram attacks that carried out in Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. So at last, I'll come up with some suggestions that are in my conclusion, by which the government of Nigeria can strengthen their city strategy and obviously fight this onslaught by Boko Haram. Boko Haram insurgency started as a very weak, disorganized, and loosely coordinated movement. But research has shown that it has transformed to a group that has the capacity to pose serious threats to the Nigerian government. Also, research suggests that Boko Haram's proficiency in the use of explosive and operational tempo, as well as its tactical sophistication and aggressiveness, indicates some external support. All these threats have made the response of the Nigerian government ever so crucial in determining the future of the country. So, should the government go soft on the group by releasing some of its members and start a dialogue with the terrorist organization, or should it focus more on counter-terrorism strategies to handle the Boko Haram and be head-on in dismantling Boko Haram? The answer, according to me, could be a cocktail of both the questions. The government should keep the doors of peaceful negotiation open, but at the same time strengthen its counter-terrorism strategy. Can it be a case of Nigerian military setup being seen as a fragile setup, so that a group can easily barge into it and form and just find success easily by barging into the military setup? So if this is the case, a notable and evident change in the counter-terrorism dynamics of the Nigerian army, what it may result in is that Boko Haram may fear the chances of a protracted war that may ultimately exhaust group's resources and domestic support. Fearing this scenario, the group may enter into a negotiation with the government. When we talk about counterterrorism measures, dismantling a terrorist organization's financial backbone must be the core aim of any CT strategy. Because without having a strong economic foothold, conducting and facilitating operations is impossible. One of the main reasons terrorist organizations are being able to raise easily funds is the presence in this, especially in northern part of Nigeria, is the presence of large informal and cash-based economies in West and other parts of Africa. Adding to this tragedy, unmaintained borders with zero surveillance of cross-border movement of cash makes it easy for the terror outfits to float large amounts of cash without detection by the
those who are sitting with Shabazz.
At the point of vulnerability in the region is the range of local corruption at border areas, support of opposing parties has also helped Boko Haram in establishing a very strong financial backbone. Combating corruption, combating porous borders, strengthening the border surveillance is critical in addressing the brutal onslaught of Boko Haram. Collaboration with broader international communities to conduct vigorous financial investigations in Nigeria. The Nigerian government must be very open to in sharing details and information with countries who are suffering with terrorism. The role of intelligence agencies here must be identified and prioritized, as human intelligence plays a very
totally into it. Comprehensive presentation.
Terrorist organizations. I'll conclude with this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shabazz. You took a longer time or period to finish your presentation, but nevertheless, now henceforth, as indication from the organizers, now the coming presentation will be limited to only 10 to 12 minutes. We have shortage of time, and we want to have a question and answer session also at the end. Therefore, please, the presenters henceforth limit their presentation to 10 to 12 minutes strictly. Don't discuss the history too much. Come to the current problem, whatever things you want to present. Okay, who is the next?
Yes, sir. Up next, we'll have Ms. Khyati Anand.
Maximum 12 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Don't read, please don't read.
Ms. Khyati, go ahead.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. Before beginning, I would like to thank our professors for providing me this opportunity to present on this platform. My topic is African Continental Free Trade Area. So in my presentation, I'll be discussing about the background. This is not working.
Yes, continue.
Slides are visible. Khyati, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minor technical glitch. We'll fix it in a minute.
Can we have the other presentation till then? Kunal?
Mr. Kunal Segan, if you're ready, you can go ahead with the presentation. Apologies for the abrupt delay. Kindly stay with us. We'll just figure out this. Thank you.
Extremely sorry for the technical issue. I hope my slide is visible now.
It is.
So I'll be talking about the background. Moving on to the background. So as we all know that Africa is the second largest and the most populated continent in the world. Economies have been working in isolation to achieve their objectives of growth and development. There have been numerous organizations working for social and political integration of Africa. So despite having some of the fastest growing economies in the world, the trade within Africa is the lowest. So in 2012, a decision to adopt the Continental Free Trade Area was taken in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia by the 18th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union, with a vision to expand the opportunities and utilize the economic capabilities of the continent. This was because Africa has a lack of manufacturing capabilities and connectivity within the continent. So this free trade area, it aims to boost intra-Africa trade through connectivity, foreign investment, focusing on industrial expansion. So establishment of this free trade area also comes under the flagship project of Agenda 2063, which aims to enhance Africa's global trading position. Moving on to the African, the African Continental Free Trade Area, it aims to establish a single market of 55 economies. It is an ambitious project to reap benefits for the entire continent. It also aims to, have a customs union to streamline trade across the continent. So the AU mediated the African Union. It mediated this the establishment of this free trade area. So it has there is a AFCFTA Secretariat, which is a body established, which is responsible for coordinating the implementation of the agreement. It works as an administrative organ responsible for convening meetings, monitoring and evaluating the progress of the free trade area. Its negotiations have been conducted in 3 phases. First one is trade in goods and services. Second one including intellectual rights, investment and competition policy. And the third phase has e-commerce negotiations. So these negotiated subjects become a protocol, which every country ratifies according to their rules of their central government. And after the ratification, the protocol, they becomes a legal instrument of an integral part of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So as you all can see in the slide, the main goal is creating one African market. So this was mediated this came into effect on 21st March 2018 in Kigali, Rwanda. And it is a significant step towards an economically strong Africa. It can help small and medium-sized industries by providing low-cost raw materials and inputs. By 2035, according to a World Bank report, it can increase income up to by 7% and reducing the number of people in poverty by 40 million. It also promotes economic dynamism, and it also addresses regulatory measures like sanitary standards, technical trade barriers, policy areas like trade facilitation to lower tariffs among members. And the African Free Trade Area also focuses on trades in goods, services, custom trades facilitation, and dispute settlement mechanisms. As you all can see that these are the main 5 tools of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Rules of origin, shortly, I would like to say that when we wear clothes, obviously where the product is made. So it basically discusses what will be written on a product about the country where the product is made. The online tariff negotiating portal, it aims to facilitate and accelerate the harmonization of data needed for negotiations and to support the preparation and submissions and offers based on countries' priorities in accordance with the tariff liberalization. Another is non-tariff barriers mechanism, an online mechanism for the notification, monitoring, and elimination of the non-tariff barriers under the free trade agreement. The fourth one is Pan-African Payment and Settlement Platform. It is a digital platform which will help companies to clear and settle intra-Africa trade transactions for goods and services in the local countries. And the last one is the African Trade Observatory, as you all can see. This is an online platform that will collect, process, and analyze intra-Africa trade data and other related information. So moving on. He's the General Secretary of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So this is something he said. He said that the free trade area brings together 1.3 billion people on the African continent. It also brings together the various economic communities. It equally ensures that there are economies of scale. It essentially takes previously small fragmented economies, as I talked earlier also, creates a single Africa.
Come to the main focus. Main focus, Kathy. Come to the main focus.
Okay, sir.
Leave all these things.
Okay, sir. Talking about the need to develop an African continental free trade area. So Africa holds plenty of natural resources, both renewable and non-renewable. And because of the lack of infrastructure, manufacturing capabilities, and intra-Africa connectivity since long time, the need has been felt to have a single continental free trade area where all the countries, they can help each other and achieve their potential. So this free trade area was introduced to address these obstacles of long border wait times and the lack of infrastructure and the connectivity. So it also helps talking about the increase in intra-Africa cooperation and economic dependency. The establishment of the free trade agreement will help to reduce conflicts among countries in the African continent and bring credibility into the picture. Next, talking about Africa wants to transition from an exporting raw materials to trading value-added products, as we know that due to the colonial consumption pattern. Now Africa wants to trade some value-added products and not only just raw materials. It wants to develop its manufacturing capabilities. So regional value chains will help for a made in Africa revolution, which will have the potential to establish a value chains which will help increase connectivity among the countries. This will also help to create jobs for people, boost per capita income, and raise the living standards of the people. Trade will act as a catalyst for the African economic integration. So due to the COVID-19, the trade, which was to begin on 1st January 2020, began on the 1st January 2021 in at Johannesburg, South Africa, in the 13th extraordinary session of the African Union Assembly. So the pandemic, as we all know that countries around the world, they felt the pandemic shock, but the African countries, they were able to, bear the shock, and now they are ready for investment with their plans.
Come to the conclusion. What is your conclusion?
Yes, sir. just briefing about that, these are the objectives of the free trade agreement: boosting trade, increase in the foreign direct investment, investment in infrastructure, generating employment, increasing movement of people throughout the continent. Coming to the challenges to the free trade agreement, the first one is historical challenges. Africa, for a long period of time, has had poor infrastructure, railroad links, and the transportation problem for decades, which cannot be overcome in overnight. So we need to address these challenges. The next one is difference in levels of economic development. So some African nations, they have been able to trade more because of their capability, and some African nations, they have not developed to that extent that they are ready for this free trade agreement at the moment. So that is where we need to address the difference in levels of readiness and the economic development of each and every country. There have also been concerns regarding investment. So the private sector, they have to come and play a big role in enhancing the capabilities of the continent. So they are having some concerns regarding investment, because this is a kind of a new initiative by the government, which includes which includes every country in the continent. So they are concerned about the pros and cons of the agreement. The next one is competitiveness among local producers. So as there is going to be increase in investment, competition among local producers is going to increase. So the local producers, everyone will aim to reduce cost of production, to sell their products at a better prices and to gain profits. So this is something which needs to be addressed. And the last one is tough negotiations. So as we all know, all the African countries, they have been trying really hard to have a consensus on the negotiation part, so that they can have a policy consensus on localization and industrial protection policies. So every country will require, they will have to make some adjustments in their own policies to integrate the policies of the African continental free trade area, and for the project to move on smoothly. Next, I'd like to talk.
The time, we are shortage of time. Right?
So this is the second last slide.
Just conclude now. Say the conclusion. That there you can bring the India also.
Okay, sir. To conclude, I would just like to say a little bit about India, how India is important for the how African continental free trade area is important for India. So African Union is the fourth largest trading partner of India, and Nigeria is India's top trading partner. India, with its sector strengths in the IT sector, they can help Africa establish a robust digital infrastructure. As we all know that we live in a digital world where everything is on our mobile phones and everything is online. So India with its strength can help in that sector, and India is also called the pharmacy of the world. So they can also help in the health sector. So talking about the Western Indian Ocean region, it is crucial for both India and Africa in terms of trade and security. The region is also significant from a geoeconomic standpoint, as majority of the world's trade passes through the Indian Ocean, and choke points are also located in this region. So the main goal is to foster increased wealth creation from Africa's oceans and seas by developing a blue economy. Mentioning just a little bit about the Asian-African Growth Corridor, which was a joint initiative launched in 2017 by the Prime Ministers of India and Japan to increase trade between Africa and India via maritime routes. It also aims to increase infrastructure development in Africa and Asian assistance. So India has trade relations with only few African nations as of now, perhaps due to lack of connectivity. The implementation of the free trade area will help India's engagement through its trajectory, will provide more opportunities to people with other African nations. It will aid India's trade with African countries that are not located on the West Coast. And so the two sides must work together to overcome challenges by providing assistance and achieve balanced trade negotiations. Just concluding my presentation, talking about the way forward. So the free trade agreement's success will largely depend on the connectivity among African nations, particularly between their capital cities. So this Agenda 2063 also includes creation of a single African air transport market and a Trans-Africa rail network, which is also part of the Agenda 2063. But the implementation is slow as of now, and results are not visible. So large connectivity projects like Trans-African highway projects have fallen past short of expectations in the variety of
Okay,
regions.
we got your points. Okay. We have shortage of time. Sorry.
So just one concluding line. The free trade agreement will also provide the women of the continent with an opportunity to become financially independent by contributing to the continent's growth and an increase in their wage. So there is a need to overcome challenges and focus on the shortcomings, but with collective determination, consistent efforts, and global assistance, this free trade area can prove to be a game changer for
Kathy,
Africa
I
and
think
its
you need
people.
to stop. Number of times the chair has told you about it. Right. Thank you so much. Right. Chair has repeatedly requested you. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah. Sorry, Professor. You can go ahead, please.
No problem. Thank you. Who is the next?
Sir, for our final presenter of this session, we have Mr. Kunal Segan.
Please, 10 minutes now. Don't you leave all the details and history and come to the point and the problems, issues you want to highlight. 10 minutes, sir. We have to conclude by 3:30. He's not there?
Sir, he is there. Kunal,
please
can we have your presentation?
Don't read all the slides, please.
Sir, is it audible?
Yes, you're audible.
You're audible, yes.
Guys! So sorry for the technical glitch. To begin with, good afternoon, one and all present here. My special gratitude to esteemed guest Professor Dr. Vijay and special thanks to Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi and Dr. Neha Sinha for providing me with this opportunity. The paper is analytical in its approach and its character narration. The topic of my study is India-Africa cooperation on maritime security. So ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I would just want to say that sometimes paying positive attention to something has a great deal to do with productivity. And trust me, with every step, it becomes very beneficially congruous for the future times. All right, so to begin with, the paper focuses on the ways, reasons, and consequences strengthen India's relations and have increased cooperation with Africa based on maritime security. The expansion of India's naval capabilities had a prominent growth since 2010. In conjunction with India's maritime security relationships throughout the Indian Ocean region, it also saw a significant extension of the Western Front as well. A larger part of the emphasis has been on developing relationships with small states like Mauritius, Seychelles, and Oman, in or around the key points of entry into the Western Indian Ocean. Arguably, for a long time, much of India's political and geographical attention was directed towards its eastern neighborhood. It hasn't been substantially long enough that India started to pay more of its benign attention to the maritime in its west, where the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea meet. The Western Indian global strategic importance is of very globally strategic importance. In some cases, India may effectively act as a security guarantor, and is arguably the case with Mauritius and Maldives. Although gaps inevitably remain in India's strategic posture, and New Delhi needs to further strengthen its hand in coastal Africa and on the Arabian Peninsula as well. Also, littoral states of the African seaboard at the outset look towards regional power centers for assistance in maintaining maritime order and addressing security challenges. Countries with enhanced maritime capabilities like India, South Africa, Australia, and US could assist by not only cooperating amongst themselves, but also by taking other littoral states on board as part of multilateral efforts towards the maintenance of maritime order. Today, there is a proactive reorientation and rebalance when we talk about India's nautical look towards its west, but the challenge for New Delhi still remains to maintain perceptions of India as an integral pole of the south as we move towards achieving great power status in a very subtle sense. All right, the Western Indian Ocean region is driven by political instability, economic deprivation, ethnic strife, internal power struggles, and trust deficit among nations. This makes the nation, but also very security dynamic of the entire region, which China has very well taken advantage of. Very important note. Various initiatives have been taken from time to time to address these challenges with an inclusive multilateral approach. Example, the Nizam Code of Conduct, which was signed in January 2009 and provided a mechanism to counter piracy in the region. In 2017, this code was amended at Jeddah to include the development of the blue economy as the source of sustainable development and to counter the emerging challenges including maritime terrorism, IUU, illegal, unprotected, and unregulated fishing. In the last 2 decades, which coincided with China's rise, India majorly focused on the East and manifested it through East Act East policy. The revitalization of the relationship with Asia led to the perception that India was not giving Western Indian Ocean the attention it deserved, despite this region being critical for India's economic and energy security. But since then, it encouraged capacity building efforts through an inclusive approach that builds confidence and encourages trust, both of which are important in the region, characterized by a deficit of both. India's efforts at the maritime capacity building, including training, hydrographic surveys, offering maritime security assistance, responding rapidly to offer humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR, and various other measures aimed in the region. India has been at the forefront in encouraging African participation in various multilateral frameworks in the Indian Ocean region. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, an Indian-led initiative headquartered in Mauritius, included 8 African members, including the strategic island states like Comoros, Madagascar. The Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, a multinational naval mechanism established by the Indian Navy in 2008 to develop a closer understanding amongst the navies of the region and foster great interoperability and a shared awareness of maritime domain while addressing security issues at operational level, also includes 6 African member states: Kenya, Mauritius, Seychelles, Mozambique, Tanzania, and South Africa. The Indian External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, his recent visit to Kenya at invitation of Kenyan Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs Ambassador Rochelle Umamo, SEGH, from June 12, 14, 21, not only underlined the deep historical and civilizational links between the two countries, but also brought into focus the priority India attaches to its engagement with the African continent. This was highlighted by Prime Minister Modi in his landmark speech in the Ugandan Parliament in 2018 as well.
Mr. Kunal, come to the
future
focus.
of India-African engagement and focus on Indian enhancement.
Come to the
From a
focus.
maritime perspective, working
Leave
together
all
for
the-
ensuring of the freedom of the oceans with the inclusive and cooperative approach underpinned by India's Sagar, security and growth for all in the region is included in the guiding principles as well. The east coast of Africa is an integral part of the Indian Ocean littoral, which with its waters washing shores of 10 nations on the continent, all of which are heavily dependent on the Indian Ocean for their sustenance and economic well-being. More than 90% of the trade travels are also over the waters, and their also their research-rich EEZ, exclusive economic zones, also lies in the Indian Ocean as well. They also provide access to the sea for many of the landlocked nations in the African continent, which is also a significant source of revenue. Hence, these countries share India's commitment to ensuring rules-based international order for a safe and secure passage of maritime trade across these locks of the Indian Ocean. Sea line Indian engagement with East Africa is set to grow. There is shared concern for maritime security in the Western Indian Ocean region from a range of security challenges and vulnerabilities, some of which threaten the very existence of the small state islands in the region, and some which jeopardize sovereign assent. The region is constrained by its inherent inadequacy of resources for nations to address these individually, thus necessitating a comprehensive and inclusive capacity building approach towards mitigating these vulnerabilities collectively. India's maritime primacy in the region is also likely to face a challenge. Hence, an inclusive and cooperative approach led by the India is imperative to mitigate these vulnerabilities.
Kunal, the chair wants
So during the
you
Cold
to
War,
conclude.
India's ability to pursue its maritime ambitions was severely constrained for decades following independence.
Kunal, come to the conclusion, please.
Yes, sir.
Please highlight your main points and conclude.
So also mentioning about the Chinese influence on the continent, apart from CPEC, Hambonota, and other misdemeanors, India cannot at all afford the Chinese influence to end in Africa. Gives more the many reasons to understand the fathom India can lead itself into if it doesn't pay enough attention to the Africa through maritime. Amidst the growing Quad and Quad 2 cloud fever and also ASEAN, the India representation couldn't see the African nation as a potential access point for strength. Now that it's not that easy. India has to maneuver tactfully. Certain objectives that are to be secured are to understand the importance of India-African cooperation on maritime security, to comprehend the topic of freedom of navigation by securing sea lines of communication in the Indian Ocean nearing Africa, to evaluate and know how to balance the influence of China in the African region, to establish the discussion of strong military presence in the Western Front, to establish the discussion of also to portray the role of understanding and prospects of a future basis in Seychelles, to know the conceptual framework between having a radar surveillance in the Western Indian Ocean as well. Moreover, certain research questions that a paper will be focusing on, or it does, why does India feel insecure about the Chinese BRI initiative in Africa? What policies, initiatives, strategies are implemented by the Indian government to strengthen the maritime cooperation with the African continent? How does security military ties with African countries help India economically? And how is India diversifying the ways in which it can enhance economic cooperation and promotes a diplomatic profile in Africa? All right. Firstly, the East African nations are immensely dependent on trade through the Indian.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, he'll conclude. Yes, the last slide, Kunal.
Yeah, sure. So in conclusion, in a narration, India in cooperation with defense sector of Kenya and Tanzania provides a limited defense aids, but failed to stand out as formidable maritime partner. India has taken a lot of initiative and policies in this regards to increase and strengthen its maritime security with the African front. So in conclusion, with the daily revision in the world economy, India gets a chance to advance its geopolitical stance every day. Strategically, India is in a very dominant position, but soft power is what plays it all. Not letting Chinese influence grow into a sphere from it becomes difficult to break out is crucial. India is better geographically connected with the African continent and thus shares its security concerns as well. India considers the Indian Ocean rim countries of Africa as critical to its Indo-Pacific strategy as well. And with many of them, India has signed defense and shipping agreements, including joint exercises. This is particularly true of the Indian Ocean island states of Africa, which are crucial to India in maintaining the security of sea lanes and in handling the issues of climate change. India Armed Forces training teams are popular and have helped foster democratic spirit. The role of Indian peacekeepers is much appreciated. India has many other advantages over China as well. While China's political economic model is attractive, but public support for democracy in Africa is very high. And India, in this sense, is seen as a country that affords a model of economic development with grassroots of democracy, accountability, and transparency. For this reason alone, India experts, accountants, managers, and teachers have remained much sought after in Africa. This gives a lot of allowances and opportunities to the Indians. Moreover, talking about maritime cooperation, security, and connecting and linking it with the advantages that India has, an Indian-led initiative, Indian Ocean Rim Association (IORA), is headquartered in Mauritius and has 8 African members, including strategic island, as mentioned above. Integrated Maritime Security 2050 of the African Union. The vision statement states.
Please stop now.
The mission statement states of IMS 2050 of the Africa Union. The main aim of the strategy is to foster increased wealth creation from Africa's ocean and seas. This can be done by developing a sustainable, thriving blue economy and in an environmentally sustainable and secure manner. This, in a rhetorical sense, all right. This is the ending line. If India hopes to create a consensus in Africa on its leadership role in the Indian Ocean region, it should seize this opportunity to create a maritime security network that engages security seekers and security providers in the effective governance of the maritime in the Indian Ocean region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all the presenters. We just, managed to exceed by a few minutes. So now we can, if the organizers allow us, we can have the 5 to 7 minutes for question answer before the next session starts. Anybody wants to ask questions or comments? Be brief.
Rituchit, there are questions.
Yes, sir. With your with the permission of the chair, I would like to read out the questions to the.
Yes, from the chat box also you can read out the questions.
Right, sir. So I'd like to open the So I would like to open the question answer session. So the first question is from Utkarsh Garg, a student of BA First International Relations, and the question has been addressed to Ms. Sheila Pokhriyal. So Utkarsh asks, as it is also mentioned and talking about climatic change, so how can climate change environmental issues be tackled by Africa, as now India has also invited many African countries for the ISA?
May I answer the question?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Utkarsh, for your question. So in the response for your first part of the question, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, Africa has launched a number of initiatives and programs like Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, the NDC's Action Project, and Climate Wave Special Fund, to name a few. So returning to the second portion of your question, Africa has assumed a leadership position in spread of solar energy, with half of the ISA member nations from being the region for the construction of off-grid solar energy projects in Africa. India has promised a subsidized credit line of $2 billion for over 5 years of the ISA. The ISA and Africa Development Bank have also teamed together to build 10,000 megawatt of solar power systems through the Sahel, with a goal of supplying energy to almost half of the 600 million people in Africa who are still off-grid. That's the answer to the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sheila, for your answer. Yes, Chair. Would you like to say something?
Next question now.
Yes, sir. So the next question is from Mr. Chirag Sharma, and the question has been addressed to Mr. Anurag Sharma. The question is, since you talked about security against terror organizations in the African region and operations carried out by France and other countries, do you believe that India could play a role as a security provider in any of the African states? For example, in Mozambique, would it be in Indian interest to do so?
Right, Chair, with your permission, I just would like to give a disclaimer first that whatever I'm answering, it is my personal view, and my organization has no role in that mandate. The answer is very simple, Chirag. having a boots on the ground is a heavy investment anywhere, whether it is any African nation we never had we first had a thought to have boots on ground, complete military in Afghanistan due to the security concerns and proximity with India. However, the cost to that would have been very much. Recently, we have lost 3 of our UN peacekeepers from Indian Army while serving the operations or the missions of the United Nations. And so far, since its inception in 1948, around 175 Indian soldiers have been, attained the Veer Gati in the various missions. So being a net security provider, if you ask me, personally, I believe first we have to have complete capabilities of African nations which can aid into the Indian security forces if there will be the boots on ground. On the other hand, when I mentioned in my presentation that we should have a visibility in counterterrorism operations, I largely meant with the intelligence operations or counterintelligence operations, dismantling the terrorist organizations through covert operations, where the counterintelligence is working along with the African nations parties or the stakeholders. Through the defense, we can give the drones. Since India is emerging by 2030 as a drone hub, global drone hub in India, Indian stakeholders in the drone industry can export the drones for the counterterrorism operations. So this is what I would say that the visibility I meant with. I hope I answer your questions, but you can come back to me. Thank you.
Next question, if you are.
No, Chair. With all due respect, this was the last question of the session, and I would like to close the question answer session.
Thank you very much, and I should thank all the paper presenters. Excellent presentation dealing with various aspects of the India-Africa relations. I mean, the beauty of this session is that the current areas the students or the participants have taken up, like the sustainability, environmental issue, counter-terrorism, energy, and so many things. So thanks. Because of the shortage of time, I will not comment anything on that. And again, thanks to the organizer and the head of the department, Professor Nagalakshmi, Neha, and others also, the organizer. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
now,
sir.
Over to the organizer now.
Sir, our head of the institute, Professor Nagalakshmi Raman, ma'am, she's raised her hand. She would like to say something.
Yes. No.
Ma'am, you've raised your hand.
Okay, anyway, thank you so much. I didn't raise my hand. I don't know, it's something with
that was some.
Anyway, thank you so much. I would like to personally thank Professor Vijay Pratihari ji, Mr. Anurag, and all the presenters over here who presented. And for some students, we couldn't give the full time. We'll have some other session where their students can speak in length, and we'll be hearing them personally. So Dr. Neha, I would request you to organize for the students. So that's all from my end. I just wanted like Kunal or Kathy, and they wanted to talk or discuss more on the subject. So since the time is a constraint, so we would like to have a separate session for the students separately. So Dr. Neha, please do organize this.
I'll do that now.
Thank you so much, everyone. And the session was really wonderful. Thank you
so much.
Thank
look forward to the next.
Thank you all the presenters.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And a warm thank you to our Honorable Chair, Professor Vijay Pratihari, sir, and all the presenters for an informative and enlightening session. We are delighted to have shared in your thoughts and views. So now, without any further ado, we shall move on to the 5th technical session of our e-conference, which will be hosted by Roshni right after a short break. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll be back with our 5th technical session at 3:45 p.m. Please stay connected, and thank you.
Thank you.
Neha, I think you can start with the next session.
All right, ma'am.
Start with the
Yes,
next
ma'am, because the chair,
so that,
she has to leave as well.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, Tanuja, ma'am, Professor Tanuja Singh, ma'am, are you there? I can see her logged in. She was here a while back. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hello all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So should we start with the session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Roshni?
Okay.
Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
everybody. And namaskar. A very warm welcome to all of you for this post-lunch session of this amazing platform of VIJIGISHU 2022. It's really a proud privilege for me to be here for this technical session and chairing this session of this 3-day international e-conference on the theme Synergizing India and Africa Relationship. So before we start, first of all, let me get this opportunity to congratulate all the members of this organizing team for their amazing, wonderful, and very incredible effort to make it a success. Especially credit goes to Dr. Neha Sinha. I know her personally too. And congratulations to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Professor Balwinder ma'am, and Head Professor Naga Lakshmi ma'am for all the efforts of taking the initiative to make it a grand success. And here I would like to share this fact that I also feel part of this Amity family because I used to be here as a faculty of political science in Amity Law School in the year 2008. So I'm also part of this Amity family. And further, a big hand to all the partners of this conference who has contributed to this, like ASA India, whom I'm also associated with, FICCI, ARSP, CPRG, all. Because without their cooperation, it could not be happened. And my sincere thanks and gratitude to all the professors and dignitaries for presenting their time, for presenting the paper and giving time for this. And special gratitude to Professor Dubey, who is my guide also for my postdoctoral research for India-African relationship for my from African Studies, JNU, in the year 2015. So when I got this invitation from Neha for chairing this session, it was just like for me homecoming. So in spite of my pre-scheduled engagements, I could not deny this and accepted this, although I will have to leave it earlier, but I hope I will not leave this platform in future because this is very close to my heart.
Thank you.
So thank you. So I feel very privileged to be here today. So without taking much time, I would like to go forward for this technical session. The theme of the session is India and Africa, enhancing cooperation on the global issues. I think we have 4 presenters, right, Tina? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Ma'am, Roshni will brief you. Roshni, if you can brief, ma'am.
Okay. So yes, before they present paper, I would like to give very brief my brief speech on this on Indo-African relations and the factors we are going to cooperate and enhance the relationship. Mahatma Gandhi, the father of India, has often said that he is an Indian and he's also South African, because it was South Africa that he had realization of his vocation of his life. It was there that he invented and practiced Satyagraha, the great practice for the emancipation of mankind for human dignity and human rights. So not only his philosophy of life, but the attitude for the redressal of social problems got crystallized in Africa. So that's why it is said that Gandhi was born in India, but made in India. And this clearly shows India's relation with Africa. So so far the relationship is concerned, the strong sense of political affinity and solidarity between India and Africa dates back to several decades of the 20th century, when the people of India and Africa were engaged in an unremitting struggle to gain their independence from colonial rule and to become arbiters of their own destinies. Mahatma Gandhi, and so far India gained its independence in 1947. It became a leading voice in the United Nations to promote decolonization. The first UN resolution against apartheid in South Africa was sponsored by India. And even though in the early years, India itself was a poor country with limited resources, it nevertheless considered it its internationalist duty to share whatever it had to promote development in the newly independent African countries. So African countries also became an influential voice at the Afro-Asian Summit convened in Indonesia in 1955. This led to their participation subsequently in the non-aligned movement initiated by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, President Tito of Yugoslavia, and President Nasser of Egypt in 1961. Without the active participation of Indian African countries, the developing world represented by the non-aligned movement would never have become that powerful force for international peace, cooperation, and development. And it evolved into the decade of 60s and 70s of the previous century. The importance of movement should be gauged from the fact that it provided a powerful antidote to the world polarized between East and West and ideologically divided into opposing camps, and moreover, under the growing threat of nuclear war. It is this sense of solidarity, mutual trust, and confidence born in the difficult days of the Cold War, which continues to drive India-African cooperation to this day, enabling both the sides to expand and enrich their cooperation bilaterally, regionally, and multilaterally. So today, India and Africa are the most rapidly growing developing economies in the world. Africa is the continent of the future. India is a major emerging economy. As the global economy continues to recover only slowly from the global financial and economic crisis of 2007 and 8, with signs that China may now be entering a phase of lower growth rates and more domestic-oriented economic strategies. India and Africa together may well become the engines of growth for the entire world now. India can contribute its capital, skills, and technological capabilities to sustain Africa's growth. Africa, in turn, can support India's growth through mutually beneficial resources, partnerships, and easier access to each other's expanding markets. Africa is already one of India's fastest growing markets and investment destination. This tends to likely to continue even in the post-COVID era. So our world is still best and deliberating poverty, diseases, and lack of opportunities for the youth who are entering the labor market in larger numbers. Resources available from traditional owners belonging to the OECD and from multilateral financial institutions are diminishing precisely at the time when the current United Nations session has adopted ambitious Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, development cooperation among developing countries themselves, the sharing of development experiences, and among them are ensuring that their development trajectories follow an ecologically sustainable path. These are now challenges confirming our world today. Whether or not SDGs are successfully achieved will critically depend upon what path countries like India and those in Africa take as a grow their economies. It is this context that the India-Africa Development Cooperation assumes an important beyond the bilateral relation with individual African countries and regionally and with Africa as a whole through the African Union and several sub-regional African organizations. Indian-African cooperation based as it is on mutuality of interest, with this emphasis on alignment with local priorities and on capacity building could well become the template on which SDGs could be pursued globally. The forthcoming Indian-African Summit will be closely watched for this. And further, African countries and India are extraordinarily rich in biodiversity, with species of rare flora and fauna, which are threatened both by overexploitation as well as climate change. We need strong global rules to safeguard our biodiversity. This requires coordinated positions in the deliberations under the Biodiversity Convention. We share a common interest in a robust global climate change regime, which enables us to develop an ecologically sustainable manner. We will be worst affected by the consequences of climate change and must therefore work closely together in ongoing multilateral negotiations on climate change, culminating in Paris Climate Summit later this year. The Doha round of multilateral trade negotiation have been stalled for several years now. In several regions of the world, including in Asia and Africa, there is a trend towards establishing regional free trade agreements. However, we are now seeing a trend towards mega trade blocs, and the recent conclusions of negotiations on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, is an ominous indication. TTP is likely to be followed by the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, TTIP. Neither India nor African countries are part of these new trade blocs, which could corner more than 65% of global trade. The economic interests of India and African countries are best served by a universal, multilaterally negotiated, rule-based global trade regime under the WTO. The two sides should consult each other and other like-minded countries to find ways and means to revive the Doha round and prevent the fragmentation of the global economy. Such fragmentation could impact adversely on the economic prospects. So as the world becomes more globalized and interconnected, the global cross-cutting issues is rising day by day. These issues cannot be resolved by a handful of powerful countries or even through global regional efforts. They include such as climate change, but also global public health challenges, drug trafficking, trafficking of humans, proliferations of weapons of mass destruction, and international terrorism. So there are new domains of cybersecurity and space security also. There are also issues on which the active participation of large and populous countries like India and those in Africa becomes indispensable. This also creates an opportunity for the two sides to work closely together to promote collaborative responses to these challenges. One hopes that the forthcoming Indian African Summit will have these emerging global challenges on its agenda and will work out a framework for the cooperation to deal with them. There is no doubt that a very rich and varied agenda awaits Indian African leaders as they meet their fourth summit in Delhi shortly. So to conclude, let's hope for the best. So far, these two India and African countries are interested in enhancing mutual cooperation for the redressal of global issues. So I will conclude with this. And now I would like to invite the other researchers and presenters to come with their presentations.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. I just wanted a brief intro of yours for your credentials by Roshni so that our students are enriched with the same. So I would take your permission to allow us to formally introduce the
Oh,
session.
sure. Yeah.
Formally
Sure. It's my pleasure.
Basically, and the speakers, so that the session you can then carry forward. So may I have your permission, ma'am?
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Over to Roshni.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that lovely introduction. With this, a very good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies, I, Roshni Ghosh, welcome you all to the second day of VIJIGISHU 2022. We will start with the technical session 5 of the e-conference on the theme India and Africa, Enhancing Cooperation on Global Issues. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished chair for the session, Professor Tanuja Singh. Professor Dr. Tanuja Singh is Dean, SUS, Professor Political Science, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. Since 1995, she has had research and teaching experience at postgraduate level in Jawaharlal Nehru University, SIS, New Delhi, Jamia Millia Islamia, PG Department, New Delhi, PG Department, Political Science, Patliputra University, Patna, PG Department, Patna University. Her areas of research specialization are diaspora studies and development, issues in international relations and Indian affairs, human rights, women's studies and gender issues. She is a life member in Indian Institute of Public Administration, Indian Association for Canadian Studies, Indian Political Science Association, Indian Society of Gandhian Studies, and a member of International Political Science Association. She was a recipient of Research Award awarded Postdoc Research Associateship and was also awarded with Postdoc National Fellowship. She has completed many UGC MRP research projects. Now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the presenters of Technical Session 5, Ms. Kanchi Mathur, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University, Mr. Arindam Goswami, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University,
Mr. Syed Mahmood Fayaz Mehdi, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. Mr. Ambud Sharma, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. And scholars who have joined us through Zoom and are watching us live on Facebook. We are extremely glad to witness your presence today. Now, without further ado, Madam Chair, I would kindly request you to take the session forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Rashmi? Yeah, you're Rashmi, no? Okay, thank you so much. And Roshni, thank you, Roshni, for the this wonderful introduction of mine. I was looking to that. Oh, it's me. Okay, thank you so much. And now, without wasting any time, we would like to go for the technical session to start with the first presenter.
Kanchi ma'am.
Kanchi will be starting. First of all, everyone.
You are not audible.
Ma'am, Kanchi ma'am, you are not audible. I think so. You haven't.
I'll start again. Good evening to one and all present. I'm Kanchi Mathur, and firstly, I would like to start by thanking Neha ma'am and Nagalakshmi ma'am for providing me the opportunity to present my paper. My paper is India-Djibouti Relations in the Indo-Pacific Region, Challenges and Prospects. I would like to start by very simply placing Djibouti in the Indo-Pacific region. So Djibouti as a nation is seated at the intersection of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, consisting of deep water ports on a globally significant trade route. As Indo-Pacific geopolitics finds key economic and strategic roots in Africa and shall continue to do so with more intensity in the coming years, Djibouti shall become an economic and strategically essential choke point in Africa and in the region as well. Currently, the nation and its ports are responsible for passage of nearly 30% of global shipping worldwide. Djibouti's position on the Bab el-Mandeb Strait has made it a vital choke point for the flow of oil and international commerce. Historically, the port of Djibouti, along with the port of Aden, were important relay points for Western navies going east. The port of Djibouti was a critical strategic point for refueling ships and maintaining communication links with colonies in the Indian Ocean region and the South Pacific, which essentially meant that Djibouti's position ensured nations that anyone wanting to travel from Asia to Europe or vice versa by ship through the Suez Canal had to pass through its shores. Then, nearly 10% of the world trade passed along the coast of Djibouti, making the nation and its ports important for major powers to vie for a stake in. The port of Djibouti historically therefore acted as a transit center for nations. Currently, the port of Djibouti is home to military bases of all the major powers of the Indo-Pacific region, namely the United States, France, China, and Japan. For the United States, Djibouti became an important strategic asset post 9/11. It was one of the first major powers to set camp in the place, and it launched the military base at Djibouti, became one of the first permanent bases of US military in Africa, with nearly 4,000 plus troops assisting in air travel and ground assets to conduct anti-terrorist operations in Somalia and Yemen, and monitoring developments in the Horn of Africa region and the Southern Arabian Peninsula. With the rise of maritime piracy in Gulf of Aden, threatening maritime space between the Southern Red Sea and the Arabian Sea, global shipping became increasingly ensuring safety in the region became increasingly critical as maritime space and shipping within the region became critical. It became Arabian Sea is a principal sea route for transporting energy supplies from West Asia to East Asia. And it is due to this reason that US, along with other major powers such as India, China, Japan, South Korea, increasingly were encouraged to conduct patrolling on piracy-affected regions. Piracy also ended up being a strong raison d'etre for China and Japan to set up camp in Djibouti. In 2011 and 2017, Japan and China respectively opened military bases citing security concerns. With most major powers of the Indo-Pacific region now situated in Djibouti, Djibouti became a most valuable real estate in the region. It became witness to strategic rivalries between nations of the Western Pacific and East Asia. Coming down to India-Djibouti relations in the Indo-Pacific region, we can say that the two countries share a long history of cultural exchange and affinities with people-to-people contact with one another. Historically, India and Djibouti has traded in spices, silk, gold, and ivory from the port of Adulis in Djibouti. Currently, as well, India and Djibouti's relations are one filled with immense potential and scope for growth. Djibouti extended extraordinary support during Operation Rahat in April 2015 and assisted India in the evacuation of Indians and other nationals from war-torn Yemen. India also, during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, provided Djibouti with vaccines and other medical assistance under the light of Vaccine Maitri. The two nations share various mutual interests such as terrorism, renewable energy, maritime cooperation in the Indian Ocean region, technical and capacity building assistance by India to enhance employment opportunities in Djibouti's youth, particularly to combat the menace of piracy in the Gulf of Aden and in the Red Sea. India has been regularly sending naval ships since November 2008 for counter-piracy patrolling. This particular aspect of India's foreign policy towards Djibouti is its crowning glory. India has also extended an extensive line of credit towards Djibouti. Exim Bank, a financial institution wholly supported by the government of India, has extended 4 LOCs aggregating at nearly 50.39 million US dollars towards the government of Djibouti for the construction of a cement plant at Ali Sabeh in Djibouti. Under the ITEC, the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, India has actively supported capacity building in Djibouti for almost a decade. Bilateral trade between India and Djibouti currently in 2020 and 2021, stood at 367.23 million US dollars, with India's exports out of these being 347 million US dollars. The two nations have also signed some key bilateral agreements, out of which the most important are the Civil Aviation Agreement signed in 2003, May, Pan-African E-Network Agreement signed in June 2006, and the Bilateral Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, also known as BIPA, on 19th May 2003. As India has specific and very enriched relationships with major stakeholders of the Indo-Pacific region who have their bases in Djibouti, India has been able to use those bases for refueling facilities and for access to regions specifically such as Gulf of Aden and Red Sea, and increase its said interoperability. India's association with the United States and France has been particularly important in ensuring the same. Looking at India-Djibouti relations in the Indo-Pacific, it is also very important to point out some of the challenges that the two countries currently face, which need immediate and effective redressal. While the two countries share a lot of potential and common interests, there still is a huge lag in any economic development between the two countries. Most analysts contend that an important reason of this is a lack of infrastructure in Africa, and therefore argue that if trade regulations and business regulations in Djibouti are improved, difficulties may decrease for international businesses, especially Indian businesses, to interact and engage with local business partners in Djibouti. Another larger bone of contention is the immobility of the AAGC. The AAGC, or the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, holds a lot of opportunity for India and Djibouti to develop greater trade linkages and plans to enhance maritime interoperability. However, the AAGC has not been on the official agenda for Indian and Japanese governments for the longest time, with the latest RIC event only happening in 2017. This can create major problems as through the Japanese base, India can actually put across its own naval forces in a defensive capacity other than just maritime patrolling. Lastly, and the most important challenge that India currently faces regarding Djibouti is the overwhelming presence of China in the nation state and its waters. China first began deploying warships of the coast of Somalia to assist in anti-piracy operations. However, soon after, in 2017, China established a full-fledged base in Djibouti. Indian analysts and the Navy increasingly thought that this was done to master the operational environment in the Indian Ocean region. this has also contributed to a lack of trust between India and Djibouti when it comes to the defense sector. I would like to conclude by saying that while there is a lot of potential between India and Djibouti in the economic as well as in the strategic sector, Djibouti's engagement with China and a lack of infrastructure and trust for local on the side of local businesses has contributed to a rather snail space in the development of relations between the two states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kanchi. We will proceed with the next speaker, Arindam. Mr. Arindam, are you ready? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very good afternoon to our respected chair, Professor Tanuja Singh ma'am, Dr. Nagalakshmi ma'am, HUI of the Institute of International Studies, Dr. Neha Sinha ma'am, and faculty members of AIIS. Today, I'll be mainly talking about a particular topic which focuses upon a narrative which has a difference of direction based on the analysis. So with your prior permission, ma'am, I would like to present a short PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, sure. You should take not more than 10 minutes for your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. I'll make sure that it's short and precise.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I hope, ma'am, it's visible.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Thank you. So, ma'am, my entire topic lies on a particular argument: is India's approach to China a challenge? So, is India's approach to Africa a challenge to China? If we talk about India's approach, we have to first see how India and Africa relations are deeply rooted in history. Talking about the driven urge driven urge for democracy in the era of colonialism to the current era, it has been quite dynamic, which leads to the partnership which can be benefited mutually. As Dr. Rajiv Bhatia says, the world too has responsibility to assist Africans to secure their goals. It certainly brings the intention of India in becoming one of the biggest partners of Africa, having shared a series of mutual interests and motivation. This leads to bringing use of the new African potential, which brings two of the biggest economies of Asia in the picture, that is India and China, due to which new narratives have been built up by this relationship. In order to understand that, I'll make a very short note on all of these points, which talks about the evolution of Chinese strategy, which began in October 1949 from the establishment of People's Republic of China. We can see that in the era of Mao Zedong, we have already seen an ideological approach talking about the political issues to Deng Xiaoping's era, which talks about economic cooperation. This has been ever dynamic in in China's nature. However, all of this are being motivated by four main objectives. First, to utilize natural resources. Second, to invest in huge market to facilitate exported goods from China. Third is for political legitimacy in order to bring stability, in order to bring international influence and see itself as a contributor to stability in the region. And fourth, the need for focusing on market building. Due to which this leads to 6 characteristics of China's approach, according to Larry Henniger and Lyle J. Morris. I'll make it very short. The first one being China's distinct style in relationship building, claiming neutrality in the domestic affairs. Second is cooperative state business method. Third, Beijing's policy towards Africa, which is influenced through communication, through trade, FDI, and aid channels. Fourth, how the Chinese engagement is pertaining towards different sector. Fifth, the use of financial promotion mechanism. And sixth, trade and investment at the core of the driven economic relations. However, apart from the economic relation, which is the foremost driven mechanism of China's approach to Africa, there are other engagements such as traditional culture diplomacy, where the Chinese living in Africans are constantly engaged with the political elites of local political elites in Africa in order to engage that, in order to engage with them, and also to ensure that the policies are totally pertinent to Africa. Apart from that, securing access to strategic information and resources, which through which they are being able to grow influence. This includes study tours, seminars, and political training. Another one that must be focused upon is palace diplomacy, under which 186 African government buildings have been constructed or renovated by the Chinese companies. Not to forget that the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, which was also made due to the support of China. And last, accommodating China as a normative power. This is all due to the fact that they see West weaker in the sub-Saharan region. Apart from that, there's the BRI factor, which I will also mention in a very short way. Although it has been done to boost economy, what from my observation, I also see that it is to boost China's military presence. Taking an example of Djibouti, it clearly mentions the same. Another one that must be focused upon is protecting financial assets and to strengthen its position as global power. Through BRI, Chinese gets themselves involved in the security situation, through which they try to protect the financial assets and try to maintain their strength as a global power. Third one being the Forum on Africa, China-Africa Cooperation Plan. In the latest FOCC, they how they can support African nations in counter-terrorism as well as in order to provide relief to conflict-affected states. With this, they have certain developing trends. The first one is making investment in ports and port communities throughout Mediterranean Sea coast and the Gulf of Aden to Suez Canal. The second is using the infrastructure projects along the African coast to connect its energy and industrial projects in the continent's interior with the connectivity projects. However, this has created certain issues such as the debt trap and other escalating tensions, such as resistance from the African side, as we've already talked about debt cycle. And the third one, where significant projects have been postponed or scrapped. In the recent developments, there have been change in development initiative. The second one, which has recently happened, is China has cancelled 23 loans in response to the debt trap accusation. This has happened to over 17. This has happened to 17 African nations, and the third one, where they have provided aid for food crisis in Africa, as well as support against disasters. For example, the hurricanes which occurred in Madagascar and Mozambique can be taken into consideration. This leads to opportunities, although whenever we talk about opportunities, it's mainly about economic sector and which have been already explained in the nature itself. So I'll directly go for the challenges. The first one is the issues in local industries. The creation of jobs is the main goal driving African interest in manufacturing industries. However, as China dominates the exports of textiles and kitchenware in African markets, Beijing's involvement has led to the displacement of the local employees in home business. Moreover, in the industries, they hire mostly the Chinese employees and not the local employees. This has definitely created a huge issue in the process. Second is the environmental impacts, where according to numerous studies, illogical logging by the Chinese companies from tropical forests in African nations clearly demonstrates Beijing's approach, which has little regards for the environmental impacts. Third, last but not the least, where the possibility of the win-lose relation comes. Due to which, I come to the last part, which is nature of India's engagement in Africa, how this brings a change to the approach. The first one being the spirit of co-development. As we all know that India has a long history of cultural, economic, and political interaction. Talking about Gandhi to the current era, we have always seen that India and Africa has been together. And this definitely brings the cooperation, which is bringing equal partnership to both the sides. The second one is the humanitarian approach. As we all know that India's approach is not only about economy. They also have given reaction to COVID-19, maritime security, and the development of locals. The third one is the promotion of blue economy, where we talk about the launch of Security and Growth for All Sagar on 2015, and as well as Sagar Mala, which is another important initiative. And the support for COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, that India has supported Africa to a huge extent. But we also need to understand that it has pioneered tele-education and telemedicine programs in order to connect educational institutions and hospitals in Africa with India through the fiber optic network. Unrestricted development assistance is another thing which many countries lack in Africa, which is mainly driven to develop the locals in Africa. And last but not the least, the role of Indian diaspora, which brings a cultural tie between both the sides, hence making a positive effect on this relationship. Now, due to this points, India has a unique position in the continent. However, to address the elephant of the room, is India's approach to China, is India's approach to Africa a challenge to China? To see this from different narratives, what we can, from my observation, what I have seen, India and China has never made any statements, although the analyses have brought different diaspora of direction from what we can see. And the most important part that must be focused upon is that India's approach is on the humanitarian basis, whereas China's is market building and economic. So from all of this matter, bringing China, seeing West as a competition, I conclude that no, India and China are not seeing each other as a challenge, but rather coexistence where they focus upon Africa differently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arindam. Professor Tanuja, would you like to comment on something?
Okay, it's fine. As far as I have noticed, both the presenters were very enlightened while presenting their paper. And the first one was Kanchi. She has thrown light on India and East African countries' relationship. It was really thought-provoking and it's going to add on good research work on this. And second one was Arvindam Goswami, and his paper was really good, especially when he talked about the role of Indian diaspora in Africa. He was quite updated, and I think it's a good paper. So please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Syed. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm
I believe there is some issue with your mic.
Yeah, shall we begin?
Yes,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, very good afternoon and good evening, respected Professor Nagalakshmi Raman ma'am. And thank you so much to the Amity Institute of International Studies Department for providing us the opportunity to present this amazing papers all together on India-Africa relations. So my topic for today would be contributions of Indian diaspora, contributions of Indian diaspora in Madagascar. So next slide. So these are the contents wherein I shall be discussing and throwing light upon the historical context, India-Madagascar relations, Center for Indian Diaspora inaugurated Madagascar, cultural engagements and the investments of the India, and the conclusion and the way forward. So beginning with the historical background, Madagascar is an island nation of the southeastern coast of Africa, the fourth biggest island globally after Greenland, New Guinea, and Borneo. Madagascar is located in the southwestern Indian Ocean and is separated from the African coast via the 250-mile, the huge Mozambique Channel. And as in step with records, Arabs arrived here in the 7th century and mounted buying and selling put up, and the Portuguese had been the primary many of the Europeans to see this island altogether, and followed by the Dutch, British, and the French adventurers, and even American pirates raiding as far as because the Malabar coast from the bases and the southeastern Madagascar region. Also, the encourse to freedom, the Madagascar witnessed some preventing preventing conflicts between the Allied and the Vichy French forces at some point, and during the global warfare too, and one bloody nationalist uprising in 1947, within the suppression of which over 50,000 Malagasy were killed, and the British mounted the British mounted sturdy family members with the latter and Protestant missionaries have an impact on Madagascar, and the two major impacts it has had, or the missionary or the extraordinary impacts, would be the Roman script as well as the contributions of the modern Madagascar region. It has been significantly emphasized. So moving further, we have secondly, the other part of the discussion would be the India-Madagascar relations. Madagascar is the largest and the maximum populous lane in the Indian Ocean, and it is positioned inside the southwestern Indian Ocean. And India's maritime links with Madagascar date back to the 18th century, and the overdue 19th century and the early 20th century witnessed a constant increase in the range of persons from India and Madagascar. So there are approximately 17,500 and more folks of Indian beginning in Madagascar, in general from Gujarat. And India opened a consulate popular in Antananarivo, or commonly called as Tana, as the capital city of Madagascar, in the beginning itself, and in 1954, upon which Madagascar gaining independence in 1960 from the French. The consulate popular became upgraded to an embassy. And then we shall be also, I want to highlight this very point, that it's been following the African Union line on contentious problems, including the UNSC reforms guide at other global bodies, at international establishments, along with the UNSC non-permanent seat of 2021 and 2022. And the next would be the Center for Geoinformatics program in rural development, which is another key bilateral program, Center for Geoinformatic Packages in Rural Development, CGARD. It was mutually inaugurated with the aid of Honorable the then President Sri Ramnath Kovind and the Malagasy President Henry Rajao Narimampianina, and on 14th March 2018. And the second and the third key area would be the trade transactions between India and Madagascar, or what I could say the exports from Madagascar to India. The fundamental exports to India consist of espresso, salt, sulfur and earth, vital oils and resinoids, base metals, precious and semi-valuable stones, and many others. So recently, Center for Indian Diaspora was inaugurated in Madagascar region. So it was majorly on 30th July 2022, Minister of Foreign Affairs Madagascar Richard inaugurated the Center for Indian Diaspora in Madagascar, titled Indian DAO, in the capital Antananarivo. And Indian Ambassador to Madagascar, Abhay Kumar, the chairman of the Vision Madagascar, Zauzer Bauka, alongside numerous other excessive rating officials registered their presence at the occasion. So the center shows famous associated with the records of various Indian households who came to Madagascar, and feature made a niche for themselves within the social, commercial and cultural, clothing and different patterns of the spectrum. And it is displayed the numerous articles and artifacts associated with the Indian diaspora in Madagascar in per se, and such occasions are organized from time to time to promote knowledge of the history, position, achievements and contributions of the Indian diaspora or the Indian populace in Madagascar region. And moving further, we shall be dealing with the cultural engagements of India with Madagascar. So given an influential diaspora in Madagascar, India's cultural members are of vintage. Indian starting place Malagasy people are culturally active and aware of the traditions. That additionally, the careers of India's present-day cultural connections. And in fact, the Ministry of Culture and Sangeet Natak Academy subsidized the primary ever Indian pageant in Madagascar in September-December 2015. And moving further, in fact, President Kovind in March 2018 visits becomes the most important ever professional gesture made with the aid of India within the record of the connection between the two nations. Although it became a part of the latest efforts to attract with the countries of Africa, and the Madagascar place in the Indian Ocean made it unique, and India aiming for the Indian Ocean to be the ocean of peace, stability and prosperity, and is following practice coverage for economic and strategic engagement within the international locations in the inside or in the locations of the ocean and its rim. and also the initiatives of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of revolutionary India. A green triangle named after Mahatma Gandhi was jointly inaugurated in Madagascar's capital city, Antananarivo, by the Honorable Mayor of the Antananarivo, Mr. Naina Adrianti Sohaina, and Ambassador on 16th March 2022 to mark the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations in Madagascar. And then we shall be discussing about the Indian investments, which are another key factor. The position which India played here in the aid and the Indian community with the economic development of Madagascar is especially favored in the very best degree of itself. And the essential and the exports to Madagascar would be including the cereals, apparel, merchandise, iron and steel, cotton, pharmaceutical merchandise, products of the milling enterprise, sugar, confectionery, etc. And also India is actively engaged in schooling Malagasy people in capacity constructing and other especially skilled technical fields, courses which can be provided via ITech. The previous presenter also discussed about the ITEC and India-Africa Forum Summit. This gesture of India has been broadly acclaimed using the neighborhood populace who seems at India as a functional model. And also the foremost Indian investment. Yes, sir. It would be the $1 million deal by way the Indian corporation have been within the mining, oil and gas sectors. And Dr. Agarwal Eye Health Care Center inside the fitness center is something which is to be highlighted and elucidated here at the moment. And so to conclude with, I would like to say that the formal political footing between India and Madagascar began with the status quo and the diplomatic relations. And the Indian diaspora has been playing a very full-fledged role in maintaining and promoting the Indian way of living, as well as its values, norms, and customs prevalent in Madagascar. And moreover, because of historical cordial ties, the investments in different sectors have certainly begun to assume prominence in India's relation with Madagascar. And hence the populace of Madagascar hold position of preponderance and the alacrity existence for the more and stronger compelling dissection. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Syed. Professor Tanuja, would you like to comment on the presentation?
Okay, I'm really very happy to look into the presentation of Mr. Syed. It's about Indian diaspora in Madagascar. And the thought he has given here and the research he has made on his paper is really good. It's really good to know that, there's lots of efforts on the part of the government to strengthen more and more the relationship between India and Africa, especially if the Center for Indian Diaspora is already started there. It shows that they're also interested in strengthening the relationship between the two. So it was really a good one, and I hope him to be more to go for more and more research on this. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to call upon the next speaker, Mr. Ambuj. Mr. Ambuj,
the last speaker, Roshni?
Yes,
yes.
The
last speaker?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. First, I would like to show my gratitude to Dr. Nagalakshmi and Dr. Neha for providing me the opportunity to speak in this conclave. So my topic is Western Indian Ocean, Indo-African Partnership, and the great power rivalry in the region. Western Indian Ocean is the most dynamic and fast emerging quality in the coastlines of Indo-Pacific. The United Nations Environmental Program identifies it as one of the regional oceans, a vast sea tract of 15,000 kilometers coastline and constituting 6 million kilometers of exclusive economic zone shored up by most momentous of developing nations. In contemporary academia discourse, the region remains an area of speculation owing to its critical trade infrastructure and untapped opportunities. Its proximity to two major global powers form the centrality in the Indo-Pacific argument. The Pacific coast lies on either end may form the economic vertebrate of Indo-Pacific, but it is in the Indian Ocean that the argument surrounding access to global commons, illiberal spheres of influence, and reaffirmation of shared vision of openness and inclusivity is truly intensified. Trade relations between India and Africa goes a long way. Goods from Indus Valley made their way to ancient Egypt and vice versa. Mesopotamian Empire center in present-day Iraq facilitated the exchange of goods between two civilizations. It was through Western Indian Ocean only that Greek navigator Exodus commanded the voyage to India on behalf of Ptolemaic Egypt, and West was for first time was introduced to the secrets of monsoon winds. The concept of Indo-Pacific is integration of trade routes linking Europe and Persian Gulf to the Pacific Ocean via Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. A center of global trade shifts from Atlantic to Pacific. Western Indian Ocean lying between South Africa, and West Asia becomes central to Indo-Pacific argument. The vision for Belt and Road Initiative draws from ancient Silk Road when when majority of global wealth poured into the Oriental world. China, with its rise and its vision to reroute global trade flow and become center of world trade, recognizes the importance of Western Indian Ocean as a major chunk of its trade is carried through this ocean, including majority of its oil exports. And China has poured millions of dollars to connect its western peripheries to Western Indian Ocean. Uh, India under Prime Minister Modi has accorded priority status to Africa for foreign economic policy. It is in vision with much larger vision of integrating Western Indian Ocean with the much larger Indo-Pacific. Indian aim for Indo-Pacific is creation of a free, open, inclusive region. It seeks to unify the countries of Indo-Pacific through trade and security initiatives in the critical region. The Indian position seeking to establish a rule-based order where trade and investment boost necessitates close cooperation between major powers. Unlike China, India seeks to enhance cooperation by means of regional comprehensive economic partnership. India also doesn't comply with the US narrative that aims to contain Chinese influence. India, true to its character, aims to democratize the region for the collective benefit and security in the region. The 2015 Maritime Security Strategy identifies Western Indian Ocean as an area of primary interest. The sea lanes of open communication have been key security issue in 21st century. The major concern is over string of pearls that is encirclement of India by China through series of ports, naval bases, and artificial islands in Indian Ocean. The document also envisions counteract by developing sea denial capability in Strait of Hormuz and Strait of Malacca. In 2018, Prime Minister Modi in his address to Ugandan Parliament unveiled India's 10 guiding principles for India-Africa engagement. Under this, India highlights concern over intensification of great power rivalry, turning Africa into a battleground. The document also talks about harnessing Indian experience with digital revolution to support Africa's development and turning rival ambitions into a nursery for the aspirations of the youth. Charter for Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation was signed in Mauritius in 1997. It serves as the first line of defense to build upon existing national, regional, and international measures, thereby enforcing coordination and supporting harmonized interaction through maritime safety and security collaborations. Kenya and South Africa, both members of IORA, recognize the need to align cooperation with larger Indo-Pacific, but so far have not put out strategy document for the same. Milan exercises are essentially political statements showcasing India's ability to take on active and controlled role in Indo-Pacific states, like in the absence of US and China. The 2022 event received less engagement, partly because of Ukraine crisis, but still 40 countries showed up to in this level exercise. Many major African nations have been regularly taking part in these events since its inception in 1995. The visit of Indian Prime Minister to Indian Ocean littories, the nations of Seychelles, Madagascar, and Comoros in 1929 was an integral step. Western Indian Ocean hosts several French overseas territory, and large chunk of its maritime economic zone lies there. This marked the first event where Indian initiated step towards aligning itself with Western power to counterbalance Chinese presence in the Western Indian Ocean. With regards to vanilla island nations, port visits have become more regular and frequent, and naval activity traffic has increased between both the regions. The formation of Quad is shared affirmation between India, Japan, Australia, and United States that Indo-Pacific is one region. The motivation behind this council was to ensure freedom of navigation and trade, upholding existing institutions, rules and norms, as well as promoting connectivity and security in the region. Another shared affirmation is their concern over China's maritime Silk Road and Belt and Road Initiative. China's maritime Silk Road aims to connect Western Indian Ocean with eastern seaboard of China. China increasingly is dependent on development of ports in and around South Asia for multiple geostrategic and logistical activities. The vastness of sea route through Strait of Malacca consumes in substantial monetary resources and time as lucrative trade route, especially for one that is heavily contested. Combined maritime forces. It is a US-led initiative tasked to uphold the rule-based international order by counter-eliciting non-state actors. India joined CMF in April 22 during 2+2 foreign minister and defense minister meet in Washington, D.C. CMF has specific focus areas like C2 F-152 for Persian Gulf and CT F-150 for regions outside of it. Countries outside of CMF have also sent deployments ever since the rise of Somalian piracy. China has used anti-piracy operations as justification for presence of its naval hardware in the region. Agenda 2063 specifies a new vision for Africa and goes for re-establishment to fulfill the realignment to fulfill the ambitious project. The African Union is the first. The African Union in the first 10 years implementation has prioritized intra-Africa engagement. One major component of Agenda 263 is to reduce aid dependency, as Africa is the only continent where official aid influx outstrips private capital inflow. It is a overwhelming situation for the continent, as no country reaches substantial levels of development by having reliance on aid. The Indo-US partnership with Quad has for China necessitated an increased vitality in pursuing trade and security interests in the region. For long, its economic investments in Africa has provided continent with much needed capital for utilizing resource base in the last decade. India-Pacific talks about rule-based order connecting major oceans of the world is the vision for rule-based order connecting major oceans of the world is not is something that is subscribed by the People's Republic of China. China has pumped billions of dollars of wealth in Africa, and Chinese infrastructure projects are transforming the continent. But these are not free, as they are mainly funded by China's state-owned the Export-Import Bank of China, and these loans need to be paid back. The loans are considered high risk, but Chinese investment has been diligent and generous in following through the commitment being made. Many countries are subject to high risk non-repayment, therefore interest rates are very low. These loans offer more generous terms than major international financial institutions like an IMF. The International Monetary Fund instituted loans remains stringent, necessitating incorporation of democratic and free market ideals at higher levels. The reason China has been favored by African nations is not only because of amicable terms, but also because concern over state of press freedom doesn't dominate the course of loan negotiations with China. India, since 2014, has laid great emphasis on defense manufacturing, and Africa stands to gain a lot from this industry. The forthcoming Defense Expo, to be held in Gandhinagar from October 18th till 22nd, will also host India-Africa Defense Dialogue. The invite has been extended to 53 African countries, and Indian Ocean Regional Conclave Plus is also set to take place with 40 nations in attendance. The theme for this year is Path to Pride, and is aimed at showcasing the increasing might of indigenous defense industry with Make in India, Make for World Resolve, high on government agenda. Indian defense industry has to go a long way to compete at the international level, but close defense engagement with Africa will provide it with much needed boost. The Africa is still plagued by political instability and ethnic conflict, which keeps money and confidence of investors out, and political uncertainty inside the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambuj. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambuj.
The
Professor Tanuja, would
connotations
you
of
like to?
intensifying great power competition in
Wonderful.
Western Indian Ocean has provided India center stage in exercising its multi-alignment discourse to democratize the region. The rich natural resource profile of the region necessitates building of maritime security initiative that secures conduct of free and fair trade in the region. As Chinese ability to sustain presence of naval hardware in the region increases, India's current advantage of geography diminishes with freedom of navigation be restricted to ranges of due to dangers of escalation. West, for its part, remains conscious of the nature of rivalry being played out in the region. It extends beyond the territorial disputes of South China Sea and naval chokepoints of the Indian Ocean. The ever-increasing Indian-US strategic partnership represents much more than alliances and economic interests. The geopolitical grab in Western Indian Ocean can be essentially seen as battle for the soul of Africa. Africa, which still remains highly susceptible to political instability, provides PRC multidimensional opportunities in exercising its influence as the next great superpower. Chinese loans remain a far attractive prospect for African nations than overwhelming regulations of IMF and other global financial institutions. China, with these loans, exporting much more than goods and services. China provides a successful story of economic prosperity and poverty alleviation that for Africa remains a distant dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambuj, and sorry for revision in between. Professor Tanuja, would you like to comment on the presentation?
Okay, thank you so much, Ambuj, for your elaborate and thoughtful view on Indo-African relations. It's true that now the world order is getting changed, especially after post-COVID era. Everything is going to, we are entering to new era of relationship. And here it's quite obvious that China is going to change its policy, maybe due to its maybe the China is now entering into a phase of lower growth rate and more domestic oriented economic strategies. So at this point of time, India and Africa together may well become the engine of growth for the whole entire world. So it's not the time to take the call and go for greater and more strengthened relationship between the two.
Thank you, ma'am. With your permission, we would like to proceed to the question answer session.
Okay, sure, you can go ahead, but I would take my leave because I have some pre-scheduled engagements. So I would like to leave now with lots of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ambuj, can you just remove this slide, your presentation? Roshni, you can
should we proceed?
Deliver the vote of thanks at least. Yeah.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
We'll leave, ma'am will leave, then we'll have the Q&A.
Okay. Thank you to the chair and the presenters for an enlightening session that has enabled us, especially the students of AIIS, with a greater understanding on India and Africa enhancing cooperation on global issues. We couldn't be more grateful to have received your precious thoughts and time. The valuable inputs that has been fed into this topic today has given all of us a lot to think about, a lot of insight and a lot of intellectuality for us to look up to. To all the panelists, our professors and everyone attending this session through Zoom and YouTube, I'd like to extend my humble thanks on behalf of Amity Institute of International Studies and Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Thank you for joining us today and we hope to see you tomorrow, 30th of September at 10:30 a.m. for our third day of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I take my leave. Thank you.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Professor Tanuja.
Okay, all the best for tomorrow also. Thanks. Okay, we'll meet soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not able to hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
So
we can have the Q&A.
Yeah, I think this is the end of the session. Yes.
We can have the Q&A, ma'am, since the students, we have few questions also. So one question is directed to, is it mentioned? Roshni, can you read out the questions in the chat? It's there.
Yes, ma'am. There is one question in the Q&A and one question in the chat box.
Right.
I'll read the question in the Q&A part. The question is, how does India plan to catch up with China's cash power in Africa and a strong influence? By Nadia Rawat.
Is there anyone to answer? Is there to answer the question? Okay, it's okay. What we can do is we will take the questions and then the questions will be answered by the individual presenters in mail. Is that okay?
Yes, sure, ma'am.
I think the presenters are not here to answer the question.
Ma'am, there is one more question in the chat box. Should I read that?
Okay, it's okay. We'll take the questions and the questions can be communicated to the presenters for the answers, right?
Sure.
So let's conclude the session here. And before leaving, I would like to announce to the students that they have been waiting for since morning over here in the auditorium. So eagerly waiting for the announcement, though I have taken the attendance of today at 4:30. So those who are here till 4:30, especially those they are getting +1 in their internal marks in all subjects. I think whatever they have earned on that they'll get +1. Of course, attendance, you are present here, so you will get the attendance, that is for sure. But those who are here till 4:30, so that is bonus for you for being here till end of the session and supporting us fully with full enthusiasm. Thank you so much. I've taken the notice. And we want your presence again tomorrow. Tomorrow we have got wonderful sessions and we have got the high dignitaries coming over here, Ambassador Shashank, former Foreign Secretary, Ambassador Manjunath, Ambassador D.P. Srivastav, Professor Sanjukta Bhattacharya, Mr. Gautam Ghosh and Professor Aslam Khan. It will be really wonderful to listen to all of them. It will be really, you'll not get an opportunity to listen to these dignitaries. So please don't miss this opportunity. Be present mentally also, not only physically, right? Thank you so much. Kudos to all of you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Roshni. Thank you.
Okay, I think BA first, I have not taken the attendance. BA first, MA first. Just give me
Can we close the session?
just quickly.
Possible, ma'am?
All marks or not?